This video has been over a year in the making. At the beginning of 2024, I made the decision that I was going to reread the entirety of the Discworld in publication order from start to finish, and I finally finished that in April of this year. That full read through the Discworld became the basis for my channel, and the very first review that I put up was the review of Strata, which I consider to be book zero in Terry Pratchett's Discworld series. So this is a long one. Something to probably sit back and have on in the background while you have a nice slice of dwarf bread and a drink of scrumble. I'm Mark, this is The Book Thing, and let me present to you my entire read-through of the Discworld. The sky was falling in on them. Then Marco, almost in hypnosis, turned the ship, and there, spread out like a bowl of jewels, was the flat earth. It was like a plate full of continents, a coin tossed into the air by an indecisive god. The ship had come out perhaps 20,000 miles above it and out of vertical. Kin looked out at a hazy map of black land and silver seas fuzzed with moonlit cloud. There was what, for want of a better term, how many people had mapped flat planets, a polar cap hugging one side of the disk. Moonlit? There was a moon, apparently a few thousand miles above the disk, and it shone. It couldn't be reflected light, there was nothing to reflect, and there were stars. Between the ship and the disk, there were stars. Strata is Terry Pratchett's third novel. It's a science fiction story set in the distant future and is about travellers going to visit a flat, disc-shaped world. A Discworld, not the Discworld. The story centres on a character called Kin Arad, who is a planetary engineer. She builds bespoke planets for humanity to go and inhabit as it stretches out across the galaxy. And she is approached and given the opportunity to go and investigate a world that is entirely flat and disc-shaped. She goes to that world and is accompanied by Marco, who is a Kung, which is basically a warrior-like race, and Silver, who is a Shand, which is been described pretty much as like a bear with tusks, and she is the linguist on this mission. So they go to discover that this flat disc-shaped world is there and it exists, and it's about them exploring and ultimately trying to escape from that disc-shaped world. From what I understand about Strata, it's a take on the Ringworld novel by Larry Niven, which is a classic piece of science fiction about a ring-shaped world that goes around the sun in a solar system. I haven't read Ringworld, and I watched Daniel Green's excellent review of it on YouTube, and if I'm completely honest, I'm not in a particular hurry to read it. But this seems to be Terry Pratchett's take on Ringworld. It's ultra interesting that it seems to be very, very influenced by The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, both in the style of humour, where Terry Pratchett's humour is just developing, and a lot of it feels like he's really tapping into Douglas Adams' style of humour a lot. There's also about the fact that the worlds are built and bespoke, and part of that feels very much like the whole, what's his name, Slarty Bartfast section. Oh, his name's not important. Those sections in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy book about the worlds that are built bespoke for a specific purpose. It's not somewhere I'd recommend anyone to start reading the Discworld novels in. It's not the Discworld, it is a Discworld, but it really feels like a bit of a testing ground where Pratchett started to play with some of the ideas that he would later develop much more thoroughly. So obviously you've got the disc-shaped world. You've also got some other things that come into play a little bit later on, like there's a Grim Reaper in this book as well. There is things like there's a pub called the Broken Drum, so you know these are things which Pratchett played with in Strata, but then didn't really properly come into their own until he started with the Discworld, which is what he started to do next. I wouldn't recommend it as a starting point for reading Discworld. It is Discworld Book 0, so it isn't really part of the Discworld set of stories. It's more a bit of a curiosity for people who are a bit of a completist and want to see where some of these proto ideas come from. It's short, so it's not going to outstay its welcome. You're not going to get bored with it, but beyond it being a bit of a curiosity and a piece of proto Discworld fiction, it's just a competently written piece of comedic science fiction. It's not bad, it's just not what Pratchett later becomes. I don't tend to do ratings too much, but if I was to give this a rating out of 5, I'd probably go for about 2.5. It's not bad. If you want to delve really deep into the whole history of the Discworld, it's an interesting thing to read. It isn't essential reading by any stretch of the imagination, but it's still a decent book. You know, it's not too long, so you won't get bored with it. You can burn through it pretty quickly. And as for Terry Pratchett completists, it's always worth seeing where he came from. Today, I'm going to be talking about The Colour of Magic by Terry Pratchett. The weasel pointed towards the burning city. "You've been through that?" he asked. The wizard rubbed a red raw hand across his eyes. "I was there when it started. See him? Back there?" He pointed back down the road to where his travelling companion was still approaching, having adopted a method of riding that involved falling out of the saddle every few seconds. "Well," said Weasel. "He started it," said Rincewind simply. Bravd and Weasel looked at the figure, now hopping across the road with one foot in a stirrup. "Fire Razor, is he?" said Bravd at last. "No," said Rincewind, "not precisely. Let's just say that if complete and utter chaos was lightning, then he'd be the sort to stand on a hilltop in a thunderstorm, wearing wet copper armour and shouting, 'All gods are bastards!' Got any food?" "There's some chicken," said Weasel, "in exchange for a story." "What's his name?" said Bravd, who tended to lag behind in conversations. "Two Flower." "Two Flower," said Bravd. "What a funny name." "You," said Rincewind, dismounting, "do not know the half of it." The Colour of Magic by Terry Pratchett is the first of his Discworld series of novels. It is the story of Rincewind, the failed wizard, who finds himself responsible for accompanying the first tourist on the disc, called Two Flower. Two Flower has come from the Agatean Empire, or as it's known, the Counterweight Continent, and has decided he wants to see everything that the disc has to offer. He brings with him a little box, which is for taking pictures, which has a little demon inside, which paints the quick pictures really, really quickly. And he also has his luggage, which is a chest with hundreds of little legs underneath that follows Two Flower around wherever he goes. Rincewind, as I said, is a failed wizard. He has been kicked out of the Unseen University, and he only knows one spell. And he finds himself being paid by Two Flower to accompany him around the disc. The Colour of Magic, rather than it being a single novel, is actually more like 4 short novellas together. It is 4 stories of Rincewind and Two Flower around the disc. The first one being the burning of the city of Ankh-Morpork, so it's the arrival of Two Flower in Ankh-Morpork up to the point where they leave and the city's on fire. That's not a spoiler, that's literally on the first page of the book. The second is the story of them visiting the temple of a Lovecraftian elder god called Bel-Shamharoth, where they meet the character of Harun the Barbarian. The third story is where they're taken prisoner in a place called the Wormburg, which is a place of such high magical density that it's a mountain that is upside down and that dragons can be imagined into real life. The fourth story is how they're captured on the edge of the disc by the country of Krull, which is a country that sits right on the edge of the Discworld, and whose scientists want to send an expedition over the edge to look at Achun, the great world turtle, to try and figure out what sex Achun is. Their theory being that if there comes a time of mating, then that information is going to be pretty important concerning the fate of the whole disc. When reading The Colour of Magic as someone who has read a lot of Discworld stories, it's quite striking as to how much of the minutiae of detail that Terry Pratchett has actually imagined about the world. You get a whole series of facts about the world, such as, you know, the fact that it's a turtle with 4 elephants on the back and then the disc on top of that, but then it actually goes into the level of detail as to what the names of the individual elephants are, and I don't think that's even ever mentioned in any of the other books. It talks about the seasons of the Discworld, the number of days in the week on the Discworld, the various different compass directions on the Discworld, so it's really, really intricately well thought out from a world building point of view. Oh, and incidentally, if you're wondering what the colour of magic is, it is octavo. No, it's not. It's octarine, which is the 8th colour of the rainbow, which can only be seen by wizards and has been described as greenish purple. Even though all of those details of the Discworld are really well thought out, some of the things you start to see haven't really been considered to the same degree. So a lot of the countries that we start to see later on in the series and various different geographical points around the Discworld, none of those have ever been thought of. And a lot of the countries and things that tend to get named in The Colour of Magic, a lot of them don't ever actually show up again in the whole series. The really striking difference for me is how the character of Death is. For those of you who don't know, Death, the Grim Reaper, the Death of the Discworld, is in every single one of his books. Sometimes he's as a minor character, and sometimes the entire story is about him. In this initial one, we meet Death for the first time, and his character is actually really markedly different to the way he becomes later on. So in this, he's almost like he's hunting Rincewind, and he's angry and frustrated when Rincewind isn't actually dying when he's supposed to be. The sort of anger and the almost cruelty of Death in this is totally different from how the character starts to look later on in the series. All that being said, there's some stuff that is really, really great in this. What is fantastic about it is the contrast between the two characters of Rincewind and Two Flower. Character Two Flower is very optimistically naive. You know, he wants to go and see sort of tavern brawls and heroes and barbarians and things in the disc world without considering that he could be in any danger whatsoever from that. Whereas Rincewind is a character who's convinced he's going to be in danger from absolutely everything, and he's usually probably right. So the contrast between those as two characters, Rincewind's the coward, and Two Flower, who is not brave, just naively oblivious to the fact that dangers might exist, that from a comedy perspective works really, really well. Pratchett's comedy is not as funny as it later becomes. Later on in the books, it's like gag after gag after gag, whereas in this, it's more about a tone with a couple of gags thrown in, but a lot of it is actually quite straight fantasy and world building. It is very funny. It's not as hilariously funny as the Discworld series becomes later on. I probably wouldn't recommend this as a starting point for anyone who is new to the Discworld, which is weird considering it's the first book in the series. But Pratchett's writing gets better later on, the world gets a bit more realised later on, so, you know, starting at some of the later books in the series, I find to be a bit more rewarding. I actually started at some of the later books in the series and then went back to The Colour of Magic once I'd kind of immersed myself in a little bit and I was kind of on board for the Discworld and anything that it had to offer. Because I'm so on board with the Discworld, I'm a fan, and I'm not going to be here bad-mouthing any of the Discworld stories, I don't think. I'm not going to be heavily critical of any of them. If I was to rate this out of 5, I'd give it a solid 3 out of 5, which is a recommendation. It's not the best by any stretch of the imagination. It certainly improves as a series as it develops. But it's worth a read, certainly if you're going to be a Discworld completist, and if you want to get into the character of Rincewind, this is the starting point for him as well. And quite frankly, even Pratchett, not at his best, is still a hell of a lot better than quite a lot of other writers. So I enjoyed going back and reading Colour of Magic for the first time in many years. It is worth a read. It's like most of the other Discworld stories, it's pretty short, so it's... you'll get through it pretty quick and enjoy it. And then the next book I'm going to read is the direct sequel to The Colour of Magic, which is The Light Fantastic. Again, following on from the exploits of Rincewind and Twoflower. Today I'm talking about The Light Fantastic by Terry Pratchett. Something small and distant broke through the cloud layer, trailing shreds of vapour. In the stratospheric calm, the sounds of bickering came sharp and clear. "You said you could fly one of these things." "No, I didn't. I just said you couldn't." "But I've never been on one before." "Oh, what a coincidence." "Anyway, you said, 'Look at the sky.'" "No, I didn't." "What's happened to the stars?" And so it was that Rincewind and Twoflower became the first 2 people on the disc to see what the future held. 1,000 miles behind them, the hub mountain of Corrie Celesti stabbed the sky and cast a knife-bright shadow across the broiling clouds, so that gods ought to have noticed too. But the gods don't normally look at the sky, and in any case were engaged in litigation with the ice giants who had refused to turn their radio down. Rimwards, in the direction of Great Atuan's travel, the sky had been swept of stars. In that circle of blackness there was just one star, a red and baleful star, a star like the glitter in the eye socket of a rabid mink. It was small and horrible and uncompromising, and the disc was being carried straight towards it. Rincewind knew precisely what to do in these circumstances. He screamed and pointed the broomstick straight down. So The Light Fantastic is the second in the Discworld novels, and it is a direct sequel to The Colour of Magic. So it follows on with the continuing adventures of Rincewind and Twoflower. So, mild spoiler for the end of The Colour of Magic, Rincewind and Twoflower survive. I mean, it's kind of a spoiler, but, it's on the cover. Speaking of the covers, you may have noticed that the versions of the Discworld books I've been reading have been the old Josh Kirby illustrated Corgi versions of the covers. Josh Kirby used to do all of the art for the Discworld books before he sadly passed away, and so he did them all right up until Nightwatch, which was the first one that was then done by Paul Kidby after Josh passed away. He has a really distinct art style, which is really detailed and very frenetic, and a lot of movement on there, and it looks really great. However, he wasn't renowned for taking any notes about how things should appear from Terry Pratchett. I believe at one point he said to Terry Pratchett, "Look, you just write the books and I'll do the art." So the visuals that he shows aren't necessarily direct translations of what's in the text, and sometimes they're really, really direct translations of what's in the text, and most notably is the way he draws the character of Twoflower. So Twoflower is described in The Colour of Magic as having 4 eyes, as in what someone who maybe would never have seen glasses before, how they might describe someone wearing spectacles. But Josh Kirby took that idea and ran with it. And on The Colour of Magic and The Light Fantastic, he literally draws a dude with 4 eyeballs. So this is a continuation of Rincewind and Twoflower's story, Rincewind being the failed wizard and Twoflower being the Discworld's first tourist. And it's set against the backdrop of a giant star having appeared in the sky above the disc that seems to be growing and harks the potential end of the world. Now, the reason Rincewind was a failed wizard was because as a student, he broke into a restricted room in the library and looked at the most restricted book in there, which is the Octavo, which has the 8 spells that were left behind by the creator at the creation of the world. And one of those spells jumped out of the book and lodged itself in his head, and won't let him memorize any other spells as a result. So because of the red star and the possible end of the world, the time to say the 8 spells is now approaching, so the wizards start to try and find Rincewind in order to get him back to the university. The main antagonist is a very ambitious wizard called Trimon, who through murder manages to become the Arch-Chancellor of the university. And he is trying to get the spell and all of the other spells out of Rincewind's head. So as Rincewind and Two Flower are having their adventures, this is all happening in the background. And on the journey as well, they meet Cohen the Barbarian, the legendary hero of the Discworld, who, because he's so legendary and so many stories have been told about him, nobody really picked up on the fact that he's been around for a very long time. And actually, Cohen the Barbarian is very, very elderly, long white beard, no hair, no teeth. So he's very much an aging hero on the Discworld. This feels like a real step up from The Colour of Magic. The comedy is better. There is a lot more interesting characters in it. It really builds quite nicely on the relationship between Two Flower and Rincewind and how they play off against each other. There's more of Two Flower being the eternal optimist and Rincewind being the eternal pessimist. The character of Cohen is an awful lot of fun as well. And the character of Death ends up being much closer to the character that we start to see in later Discworld books. And we even get to see Death's adopted daughter, Isabel, who becomes an important character later on in one of the books we're going to read, Mort. There's a lot of other things in here that become important as the series goes on. For example, you get to see the librarian at Unseen University, who at the start gets turned into an orangutan because of a magical accident. And spoilers for the rest of Discworld, he stays as an orangutan for the entire rest of the Discworld series and becomes pretty important and well-loved character. There's other things in here as well, so you get to see things like trolls for the first time and how they are on the Discworld. And you're introduced to the creatures of the dungeon dimensions, which are trying to break through into the Discworld's reality, and they're able to do that usually when there's a high build-up of magic that they can use as a weak point between the realities where they can break through. That becomes a really standard trope in the Discworld stories going forward for quite a while, so we're going to be revisiting that over quite a lot of the books coming up in the future. It is a step up from The Colour of Magic. The Discworld itself feels a lot more realised. The characters are a bit more developed, and we've got a story that spans the whole book as opposed to the 4 short stories that we got in The Colour of Magic. It wouldn't be a place I'd start reading the Discworld books because it's one of the few direct sequels that you've got. But if you are going through the entire back catalogue of Discworld stories, it is a pretty fun one. It's not going to break into anyone's top 10, I don't think, but it's pretty good. It's probably looking at about a decent 2.5 to 3 stars out of 5. The next story I'm going to be reading is book number 3, which is Equal Rites, and we'll be stepping away from Rincewind for the first time and meeting one of Terry Pratchett's other staple characters throughout the series, Granny Weatherwax. Today we're talking about Equal Rites by Terry Pratchett. Smith picked up a hammer from his bench, looked at it as though he'd never seen it before, and put it down again. But, he said, if wizard magic's what she's got, learning witchery won't be any good, will it? You said they're different. They're both magic. If you can learn to ride an elephant, you can learn to ride a horse. What's an elephant? A kind of badger, said Granny. She hadn't maintained Forrest's credibility for 40 years by ever admitting ignorance. The blacksmith sighed. He knew he was beaten. His wife had made it clear that she favoured the idea, and now that he had come to think of it, there were some advantages. After all, Granny wouldn't last forever, and being father to the area's only witch might not be too bad at all. All right, he said. And so, as the winter turned and started the long, reluctant climb towards spring, Esk spent days at a time with Granny Weatherwax, learning witchcraft. Equal Rites is Terry Pratchett's third Discworld novel, and it's the first one that it's not about Rincewind the Wizard touring around the disc with Twoflower. This is a story that asks the question, can a girl be a wizard? The story starts off in the land of Lancre, where a dying wizard, Drumbillet, is trying to find a successor to take over his staff when he dies. Wizards are traditionally the eighth sons of eighth sons, 8 being the magical number on the disc, and he travels to the town of Badass, where the local blacksmith is expecting his 8th child. Drumbillet passes on his staff to be given to the son when it's born, and then passes away. However, it isn't the smith's 8th son that's born, it's his first daughter, and she becomes the inheritor of the wizard's staff. And this is her story. This is the story of Escarina Smith and whether or not she can become a wizard. The other main character of the story is the local witch, Granny Weatherwax, who takes Esk under her wing as she starts to see magic develop in her and attempts to teach her witchcraft. And it soon becomes apparent that the witch magic that Granny Weatherwax knows is very, very different from the wizard magic that Esk has inherited. So, having failed to train her as a witch, Granny takes it upon herself to bring her to the Unseen University at Ankh-Morpork. Along the way, they get separated, and Esk meets up with another hopeful Unseen University student, Simon, who's got some very strange ideas about magic as well. And then this is her story about attempting to become a wizard. Equal Rites, at its core, is a really clever story about girls should be able to do what boys can do, especially if the girls can do it better. Meeting the character of Granny Weatherwax for the first time, who becomes a real mainstay character throughout the Discworld series, is so much fun. And she really arrives on the page almost fully formed. It really feels like Terry Pratchett knew exactly who this woman was before ever putting pen to paper. And in all of the novels afterwards that Granny Weatherwax is a primary character, she doesn't really change that much. The core part of the story about Escarina trying to do what is seen as a man's job is really smart and clever. Esk as a character is a bit of a one-dimensional, precocious girl. She sort of feels like a proto-Tiffany Aching from the Tiffany Aching books that come much later on, but again, not quite so fully formed. The comedy has, again, stepped up a notch from where it was in The Light Fantastic and has some genuinely funny laugh-out-loud gags in it. The story is probably at its strongest when it is looking at whether or not Esk can get into Unseen University and her overcoming the prejudices that exist there. In the back end of the book, there is a need to introduce some jeopardy involving Simon, and again, back to, like it was in The Light Fantastic, the creatures of the dungeon dimensions. That part of the book is less successful, and it feels like it's just trying to increase the jeopardy towards the end and building to a climax, but it doesn't feel like it particularly organically fits the story. I've gotten better at rating books out of 5, so this is a solid 3.5 stars, 3.49 to be precise. The reason I know that precisely is because I've come up with a new method of doing my 5-star ratings, and if you want to see my video on how I've done that, I'll leave a link on the screen. But it's a solid improvement from The Light Fantastic, and it just goes to show that at this stage, Terry Pratchett was just going from strength to strength, and the Discworld was feeling much more like a real and tangible place with every story that he wrote. This is one of the books where I could say for the first time that this would be a good place to start on the Discworld. The stories about the witches are genuinely some of the best in the whole series, and this is the first one that introduces Granny Weatherwax. It doesn't have the full cast of witch characters, but it does have Granny Weatherwax, and she does, like I say, arrive on the page fully formed, and she remains, right up until the end of the series, one of Terry Pratchett's best characters. This was book number 3, or 4 if you count Strata, of my full reread of the Discworld series. If you'd like to see me do some more of these, please consider subscribing. And the next one in this series will be book 4 or 5, which is my very old and battered copy of Mort, which is, a lot of people would say, probably the first really, truly great Discworld story. So I really hope you come back to have a look at that one. Today I'm continuing with my read through of the Discworld series by Terry Pratchett, and this one is book 5, Mort. The story of Mort has a very simple premise. What if Death, the Grim Reaper, took an apprentice? This is the story of the apprentice he takes on. His name is appropriately Mort, and this is where he goes to learn the trade of how to become Death, the Grim Reaper. We've met the character of Death in all of the Discworld books so far, but this is the first one where he is a primary character, and we get to see more detail about Death and his home life. So, having become Death's assistant, the young man Mort goes to live in Death's domain, a plane of reality that Death has fashioned for himself that is attempting to look like the sort of reality that any normal person might live in. It's a little cottage in a countryside, except everything, the cottage, the trees, the grass, is all black because Death, you know. In Death's domain, that's where Mort gets to meet the rest of Death's household, which includes Death's adopted daughter Isabel, who we met briefly in The Light Fantastic, and also his housekeeper, the gruff old man Albert, who is responsible for all of the cooking around the place. Mort's initial tasks are things like accompanying his master on his rounds, so actually seeing the reaping in progress, and cleaning out the stall for his master's very real horse, Binky. After a while, Death lets Mort go out on his own, and his first task is to be there for the end of the life of a particular princess, and that job goes badly wrong, and that sets up the action for the rest of the story. Even though Mort is the main protagonist for this, this is the first time we really start to get under the skin, metaphorically, of the Death Grim Reaper character for the Discworld. And what we see is someone who takes pride in his work and making sure things are done well, and has a great deal of fascination, but also bewilderment about humanity. He, in many ways, wants to try and replicate what people do, and especially what people do when they've taken on someone to do some of the more menial tasks and you've got a little bit more time on your hands. There's not an awful lot to say about the character of Mort himself. He is a bit over-thoughtful and over-analyzes situations and can make impulsive decisions. But beyond that, he's more just the vehicle for the story to unfold through. Isabel is clearly a girl who's grown up in a bit of isolation and has a bit of a romantic view of the world. And Albert is, let's just say there's more to him than initially meets the eye. And that results in some nice and interesting cameos back at the Unseen University. Mort has all of the Pratchett trademark humour that we've come to expect. The Discworld is feeling a little bit more tangible yet again. Every single time, every one of these books that we read now at this point, Discworld seems more real, more realised, more tangible. And it has a really well realised plot as well. The whole story of what happens if Death takes an apprentice and what happens if that apprentice mucks up, and how does that situation then get resolved. This is the first book in the sub-series about Death on the Discworld, and as a place to start and as an introduction to the Discworld, it's not a bad one. It's one of my favourite sub-series of books to read. The character of Death is really one of Pratchett's best creations, and this is where you properly see him coming into his own for the very first time. So I would say this is a solid 4.5-star book. And if it piques your interest, it's absolutely a great starting point to get into the Discworld. So Mort was probably my favourite of the Discworld books in the series so far. And moving on from there, the next book that I will be talking about is one of my least favourite books in the series so far, and that is Sourcery. This is the 6th book in my reread of the Discworld series, and this is Sourcery. On the disc, wizards are traditionally the 8th sons of 8th sons, 8 being the magical number on the disc, and they themselves remain celibate and don't have any children after that. But this is the story of how one wizard had 8 sons himself, and that 8th son becomes a sorcerer, as in a concentrated source of magical power on the Discworld. Not long after the birth of his son Coin, Ipslor the wizard dies and leaves his staff to his son, and then his spirit possesses that staff so he can continue to guide his son into his powerful destiny going forward. The story then takes place a number of years later when the boy Coin arrives at Unseen University at the direction of the spirit of his father left in the staff. It makes sense when you're reading it, but then demands his birthright as the most powerful sorcerer to be the one ruling the university, and then for wizards to rule the Discworld. The one thing preventing him from having full control is possession of the Arch-Chancellor's hat, which has become sentient over the years. So think the sorting hat from Harry Potter, except much more homicidal. With sorcery, we are reunited with the cowardly wizard Rincewind, who is now working as the assistant to the orangutan librarian in the Unseen University Library. The hat then forces Rincewind to take it far away, and Rincewind is accompanied by the luggage that we met in The Light Fantastic and The Colour of Magic, and also by Conina, the daughter of Cohen the Barbarian. Now, if that sounds very like some things that we've seen before, it's because it is, and we have. The setup of the story of Coin is very similar to the story of Esk from Equal Rites, and then Rincewind running away from things is quite reminiscent of things that we've already seen in The Colour of Magic and The Light Fantastic. And therein kind of lies my problem with sorcery, because it feels like Terry Pratchett is being quite derivative of Terry Pratchett. So it's kind of difficult to give objective thoughts on sorcery. On one hand, I enjoyed it because I'm a Terry Pratchett fan and I like his style of writing, and quite frankly I'll defend anything that is a Terry Pratchett Discworld book. If 50 Shades of Grey had come out and on the cover it had said a Discworld novel by Terry Pratchett, I would have defended that, saying, well, actually I think you'll find that that is in fact a very clever allegory for how money can influence sexual relationships. I don't know what 50 Shades of Grey is about. It's probably not that. And the issues that I have with the book is because I'm a Discworld fan, because I've read so many of the Discworld books. This feels like other Discworld books I've read before, and it feels like it's derivative of those. So someone who is dipping into the Discworld and dabbling in it, they might really enjoy it because they don't have that sort of context that I do. That being said, it is fun, it is enjoyable, but the story itself is nothing special and actually kind of forgettable, except for the fact that it's copying other stories. I'd give it a solid 2.5 stars, but not anything more than that. The only thing I will say is that the ending has a bit of a cliffhanger in it that is not resolved until the next Rincewind novel, which is Eric. So if you're planning on reading the entire series of Rincewind, having started at The Colour of Magic, then even though it's one of the weaker ones, sorcery still is kind of required reading. Otherwise, you don't really know it's kind of hard to understand what's going on at the start of Eric. So that was my slightly disappointed review of the 6th book in my reread of the Discworld series. The 7th book, you'd be glad to hear, is a dramatic uptick in quality, and that is Wyrd Sisters, which is the 2nd book in the Witches series that involves Granny Weatherwax, where we actually get to meet the rest of the witches for the first time. Today I'm talking about the 6th book in my reread of the Discworld series, Wyrd Sisters. So Wyrd Sisters is the 2nd book in the sub-series about the witches in the Discworld, and arguably it's the first book, because the actual first one, Equal Rites, was about Granny Weatherwax, but this is the first time that we get to see the full cast of witches in the coven, which is Granny Weatherwax, also Nanny Og and Margaret Garlic. The story is set in the kingdom of Lancre, where the king is murdered by an ambitious duke wanting to take over the kingdom, and in his attempted coup, he also orders the death of the king's infant son. However, the three witches save the son and send him to be adopted by a group of travelling actors. Meanwhile, the duke attempts to consolidate his rule while still being haunted by the ghost of the previous king of Lancre, and in that consolidation he butts heads against the witches. The story of equal rights echoes Shakespeare's Macbeth and Hamlet quite a lot. Obviously you've got the three witches, and the opening scene with the three witches echoes the dialogue from Macbeth, but as well as the murdered king, you've also got the ghost of the king and the son who is the rightful heir, like you get in Hamlet. Granny Weatherwax we already met in Equal Rights and is very similar as the no-nonsense, elder, stern witch to the others. Second to her, you've got Nanny Og, who almost is capable of Granny Weatherwax as a witch, but while Granny Weatherwax is stern and serious, Nanny Og is fun-loving and bawdy. And as well as Nanny Og, you've got Nanny Og's extended family around Lancre, and also Nanny Og's cat, the monster Grebo, who Nanny Og still sees as a harmless little kitten. Margaret is described, I don't know if it's in this one or one of the later books, but she's described as a wet hen. She's the youngest of the three in the coven. She is idealistic and inexperienced and has ideas of witchcraft that centre around things like crystal balls and moonbeams and all of that sort of thing, and generally a lot less practical than the other two. Basically, if you can imagine sort of a young hippie girl with a stall that sells dream catchers and joss sticks, that's kind of what Margaret is like. So the real enjoyment from this story comes from the interaction between these three characters and how they manage to butt up against each other with their different ways about how things should be done. This is definitely a step up from Equal Rights in the Witches series, and actually because it's the first one that has all three of them, if you wanted to skip Equal Rights and just dip your toe into the whole world of the witches, it wouldn't be a bad thing to do to just start with Wyrd Sisters. It's a solid 4-star book and it's an absolute blast to read. So I think I might have mixed up some of my numberings in there somewhere, but that was book 6 in my reread of the Discworld series. The next one, book 7, is Pyramids. Today I'm talking about the 7th book in my reread of the Discworld series by Terry Pratchett, Pyramids. So Pyramids is the first book that we've come to in the Discworld series that is a complete standalone and isn't part of a broader sub-series. It is the story of Tepik, who is the prince of a small kingdom called Jelly Baby. It's funnier written down than it is saying it out loud. Who has been sent away to school in one of the best schools on the Discworld, which is the Assassin's Guild in Ankh-Morpork. So having gone through all of his assassin's training, he finds out that his father has died, and now he must return back to the kingdom that he came from to take up the throne as the king of Jelly Baby. On his return, Tepik is guided by the high priest Dios, and this then becomes a story initially about the clash of his wider worldly view that he's gained from travelling abroad and studying in the largest city on the Discworld, and coming back to a kingdom that has very much culturally arrested and is totally stuck in the past and actually almost bankrupting itself by its reverence to the past and its need to continue to build pyramids to honour the kings and noblemen of the past. As always, Terry Pratchett's writing style is great. It's funny, and there's some fantastic gags in it, especially to do with camels and the deities of the kingdom of Jelly Baby as well. The characters are good. We get to see inside the Assassin's Guild properly for the first time as well, which is enjoyable. But beyond that, Pyramids, I would say, is just a little bit forgettable. It's fine. It's good. I had a good time reading it, but it's not one that would bother my list of top 10 books from the Discworld series. So I'd say it's a solid 3-star book, enjoyable. It's standalone. If you wanted to dabble and just read a standalone Discworld book that didn't have any impact from anything else, you could read this. I probably wouldn't recommend it. It doesn't show off the Discworld to its best, but it's a decent 3-star book, just a bit forgettable. Now what isn't forgettable is the next book I'm going to be reading on my Discworld read-through, which is the first book in the City Watch series, Guards, and one of my personal favourite of the Discworld books. Today, I'm talking about the 8th book in my reread of the Discworld series, which is one of my personal favourites, Guards. So Guards takes place in the city of Ankh-Morpork, the largest city on the Discworld, and it centres around the City Watch, and specifically the night shift of the City Watch, who are the lowest of the low. They're led by their alcoholic commander, Captain Vimes, and the rest of the shift consists of Sergeant Colon, who is basically every single stereotypical sergeant you've ever seen in any work of fiction, and Corporal Nobby Nobbs, who has been described in one of the other books as someone who was disqualified from the human race for pushing. The action takes place when a new recruit comes down to join the City Watch, Carrot Ironfounder's son, who is an adopted dwarf, even though he is well over 6 foot tall, and arrives in the city, young, idealistic, having learned all of the laws of the city, and has the enthusiasm to want to impose each and every one of them. So this is about the juxtaposition of the young and enthusiastic recruit against the old hands who are, quite frankly, the dregs of the City Watch. So that's the setup for all of the characters, but the story is about how the city is being attacked by a dragon that seems to magically appear and disappear. To give you an idea of what the tone and the story is about, I'm just going to read the dedication that is at the start of the book from Terry Pratchett. And it says, "They may be called the Palace Guard, the City Guard, or the Patrol. Whatever the name, their purpose in any work of heroic fantasy is identical. It is, round about chapter 3 or 10 minutes into the film, to rush into the room, attack the hero one at a time, and be slaughtered. No one ever asked them if they wanted to. This book is dedicated to these fine men." And that just sets the tone for what Guards is like. If you've ever read any fantasy books or comics or seen any fantasy TV programs or films, this is the story of the anonymous guards and soldiers who are just there to be slaughtered. And it picks apart the genre so spectacularly well. The characters are phenomenal. You've got the old crusty Sam Vimes, the captain of the watch, who is alcoholic and disillusioned with life, but in his heart of hearts, he is still a copper. You've got Sergeant Colon, the Jobsworth sergeant. You've got Nobby, who is probably just as, if not more, criminal than just about every single one of the characters that they ever arrest. And finally, you've got Carrot, who is the young enthusiast who has this charismatic vibe about him where everyone just seems to gravitate towards him and do exactly what he wants them to do. Even though this is largely about the characters, the plot is so well planned out as well and executed brilliantly. The writing style is so easy to read and it is funny. If anyone is ever asking for a starting point to read the Discworld series, I always recommend Guards. If you read Guards and you don't like it, you're not going to like anything else to do with the Discworld. And quite frankly, I don't think we can be friends. This is, without a shadow of a doubt, my first 5-star book in the Discworld series. And quite frankly, I can't wait to get on and read some more of the City Watch books, which is absolutely my favourite sub-series of books in the Discworld. The next book in the Discworld series I'll be reading is A Return to Rincewind and the story Eric. Today I'm going to be talking about the 9th book in my reread of the Discworld series, and that is Eric. Before I start talking about Eric, I would just like to point out I do have more than one t-shirt. I just happened to record a whole load of these all on the one day and staggered the release of them over a period of time. Okay, so anyway, back to Eric. Eric as a book, the title only really makes sense if you actually see it written down, because it is Faust crossed out and then Eric, because this is the story of Faust as told through the Discworld. It is about a young demonologist who attempts to summon a demon to grant his wishes, but instead of summoning a demon, he summons Rincewind. So slight spoiler for Sourcery, but at the end of Sourcery, Rincewind was stuck in the dungeon dimensions, and the ceremony that Eric carries out is all about trying to summon a demon to grant his wishes, but instead he manages to summon Rincewind and return him from the dungeon dimensions. Which is great because we get Rincewind back for some more Rincewind stories, and we also get the Discworld's version of Faust. As you would expect from any Faustian bargain, the 3 wishes that Eric makes, he gets granted to him, but not granted to him in a way that he would expect or would want. As per usual with the Rincewind books, we get to travel to various different points in and even off the Discworld, because at one point they even end up in the Kingdom of Hell itself. You may have noticed on the shelf, but Eric is actually one of the slimmest of the Discworld books, and there's a reason for that. Eric was actually originally released as an illustrated book. So not quite a graphic novel, but certainly a book that was heavily illustrated by Josh Kirby and released in this large form factor. It was only released later on as a smaller version that we see now. Personally, I like the artwork, but you're not going to miss out too much by just reading the words, because as always, Terry Pratchett's words are great, and as always, Josh Kirby takes massive liberties with the way that he actually draws the things that Terry Pratchett wrote down. I think the most fun part of Eric is the king of the demons that we meet in Hell, whose name I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce, but I'll put on the screen. And the reason he's so fun to read is because he's very much like the middle manager of a large corporation whose corporate initiatives go so far as to torture the demons and torture the souls in Hell much worse than they've become accustomed to. It's not one of the strongest books in the Discworld series. It's a solid, enjoyable 3-star read, but it's so short that you can burn through it pretty much in an afternoon. And if you are reading through the Rincewind series, it's definitely worth including in the full read-through. My next book is going to be the 10th book in the Discworld series, and that is Moving Pictures. Today, I am continuing with my read-through of the Discworld series with the 10th book, Moving Pictures. Moving Pictures, as you probably expect from the title, is about the Discworld's version of films and movies. The story is about student wizard Victor Tugelbend, who leaves Unseen University to go and try and make his fortune in the newly founded Holywood, the place where movies are made on the Discworld. He signs up as an actor to the new studio United Alchemists, which is run by the character who becomes a mainstay in any enterprise involving earning of money on the Discworld, a character called Cut My Own Throat Dibbler. We saw Cut My Own Throat Dibbler for the very first time back in Guards, where he was selling meat pies in Ankh-Morpork. And anytime there's some sort of enterprise which has the potential of earning some money, Cut My Own Throat Dibbler tends to be involved in it in some shape, manner or form. And this is probably the first of those. In Holywood, he meets characters such as his co-star Ginger, as well as some of the bit part players like Detritus the Troll, who again goes off to become a mainstay of some of the other series in the Discworld later on, and Gaspode the Wonder Dog, the first dog that can talk on the Discworld. As the story progresses, it starts to become clear that Holywood isn't actually something that is new, it was something that is in fact very, very ancient, and as moving pictures start to be created in Holywood again, some of that ancient magic starts to come back to life. And as has been the case quite a few times so far, this starts to open the door between reality to the dungeon dimensions. The premise of moving pictures is basically, what if the Discworld had movies? And that is kind of the template for how a lot of the Discworld stories start to unfold from this point on. The concepts are basically, what if the Discworld had ... So that then becomes things like, what if the Discworld had rock music? That becomes soul music. What if the Discworld had Australia? That becomes the last continent. So when we get any of these stories of what if the Discworld had ... what is that usually is an excuse to hold a mirror up to that particular concept, in the case of moving pictures movies, or actually more precisely Hollywood, or even more precisely golden age of Hollywood, the studio system, the silent era, the beginnings of things like large epics along the lines of things like Gone with the Wind and the Ten Commandments and all of these sorts of things. And what that then does is it opens the story up to a lot of Easter eggs and jokes about Hollywood and retellings of various different Hollywood stories, all of that sort of things. And you kind of get the impression that this was at a point in his career when Terry Pratchett was starting to become popular enough that the film industry was maybe knocking on his door a little bit, and he's perhaps reliving some of his experiences and talking to some of these Hollywood types in the story of moving pictures. The other interesting thing that we get from moving pictures is what's happening at Unseen University. Up until now, the cast of wizards at Unseen University has been a bit of a revolving door. There's been a new Arch-Chancellor each and every time, and the named wizards tend to change quite considerably. What was left over from the end of Sourcery, when a lot of the wizards ended up killing each other, that's been used as kind of a reset. And what they then do is they bring in a new Arch-Chancellor Ridcully, and this becomes the first time that we see a set of wizards at Unseen University who become characters in their own right. So up until now, the only recurring characters at Unseen University have been either Rincewind on the occasions when he's there, or the orangutan librarian. But now we've got some new characters like Arch-Chancellor Ridcully, we've got the Bursar, we've got the Dean, we've got the Lecturer in Recent Runes, and these start to become recurring characters that show up in the background for the rest of the Discworld series. Others characters that show up here for the first time that get fleshed out through the rest of the series are Gaspode, the talking dog, and also Cut My Own Throat Dibbler, who starts off selling meat pies, becomes the head of the studio, and that tends to be his trajectory in a lot of the other stories where a new enterprise has been created around Ankh-Morpork. Everything to do with movie making and films is a lot of fun, especially if you're into movies and you know a little bit about the history of Hollywood. There's some great Easter eggs in there, such as the naming of the different studios, the naming of the films that they come up with. So if you know anything about the golden age of Hollywood, the jokes are coming fairly thick and fast. The issues with the story tend to be around the ending of it. We're, again, faced with another case of an ancient magic has been let loose, and therefore the creatures of the dungeon dimension are finding a weak point in the holes of reality. It's been used quite a bit up until this point. I'm not sure that Pratchett uses it much afterwards, because I think he kind of recognises himself that he overdid the trope a little bit. And how that all comes to a climax is a little bit vague and woolly and kind of silly, and it's not the strongest part of the story. The other weak point in the story is the main character of Victor, who's actually written as kind of a selfish asshole, which I get, that's kind of an archetypical thing to go for if you're going for someone who ends up being an egotistical Hollywood star. But he's also supposed to be the hero of the piece, and he's a little bit more difficult to identify with. And actually, he's most difficult to identify with when he's being an ass to Gaspode the dog, who is one of the most lovable characters in the Discworld. And when Victor's being an asshole to him, you kind of don't like Victor very much. It really is a simple trick to make a character unlikable. Just have them be mean to a dog, and it never goes down well. But aside from those few minor points, I really like Moving Pictures. It's a 4-star read, and it's actually more of a 4-star read in a reread than the first time going through the Discworld, because you start to see some of the characters who really make up that rich tapestry of the Discworld and see where they came from, like Cut My Own Throat Dibbler, like the Wizards in Unseen University, and like Gaspode. So if you're not reading the full Discworld series and you just want to pick and choose from a couple, Moving Pictures is a good one to pick up on. It starts to exhibit some of the best of the Discworld, and it's a standalone story, so you're not going to miss out on anything wider by not reading things before it or reading things after it. Today I'm continuing with my reread of the entire Discworld series by Terry Pratchett, and today's video is about Reaper Man. So, like most of the best Discworld stories, the concept of Reaper Man is very, very simple to sum up. And it is, what if Death, the Grim Reaper, got sacked? So for the first time we are introduced to these grey hooded figures who are kind of referred to as the auditors of reality. There are these nondescript entities which really dislike any level of disorder in reality, and they have felt that Death of the Discworld, the Grim Reaper himself, has started to become too human, has started to identify too much with the souls that he is responsible for, and they believe it is time for him to be put out to pasture. So Death is effectively fired. He is given a golden egg timer with the remaining years that he is allowed to live out left. And then he goes and takes a job as a labourer on a small farm. In the meantime, before a new personification of Death is created, everything is in a bit of a state of flux. So souls that were supposed to have died haven't actually moved on. Effectively, their lives have come to an end, but they haven't died yet. And that's personified by the character of Windlepoons, who was one of the ancient wizards from Unseen University, who we last saw in Moving Pictures, who has come to the end of his life. His life is ended, but he hasn't died, so effectively making him one of the Discworld's first zombies. Other strange things start to happen due to an excess of life energy being around, more ghosts, and also these strange things start popping up in Ankh-Morpork, which hasn't been seen there before, but we would recognise as things like snow globes and shopping trolleys. So through Windlepoons, we start to see some new types of creatures that we haven't seen on the Discworld before, such as vampires and banshees and bogeymen and zombies and werewolves and various other undead type creatures. And Reaper Man serves as an introduction to a lot of these different races, some of which go on to become really quite important and have quite important characters in some of the later Discworld books. What also starts to pop in is some different personifications for Death. So individual deaths for various different creatures around the Discworld, most notably being the death of Rats, or as he later becomes known, the Grim Squeaker. I enjoyed Reaper Man a lot, but it is a bit of two stories happening in parallel. Story number one is about Death's retirement, working on the farm, connecting with humanity more, and then subsequently attempting to reclaim his place as Death of the Discworld. The other story is what happens to Windle the Wizard, who is undead as a result of not dying when he was supposed to, and what is going on around Ankh-Morpork and the excessive build-up of life energy. And one of those stories is a lot more successful than the other, and the one that is the most enjoyable is the Death story. So when we're with Death and what's going on with him, the story is really shining. When we're looking at what's going on in Ankh-Morpork, it's less interesting. But that being said, it's a great follow-up to Mort. We get to see the character of Death a little bit more, and he's one of the most enjoyable characters in the Discworld. So if you decided to start reading the Death series with Mort, Reaper Man is a great follow-up, which you'll thoroughly enjoy. I gave it 4 stars. It would have been probably higher if I'd liked the parallel story a little bit more. The next book I'll be reviewing is Witches Abroad, which is the 12th book in the Discworld series, and as the name suggests, a continuation of the Witches sub-series. Today I am talking about the 12th book in the Discworld series, Witches Abroad. So, depending on whether or not you count Equal Rites as the first book in the Witches series, this is either the second or third of the Witches sub-series. And as the name would suggest, it is about our 3 witches, Granny Weatherwax, Nanny Og, and Magrat Garlic, going abroad. So, the story of Witches Abroad begins with the death of one of the witches in Lancre, Desiderata Hollow. You gotta love Terry Pratchett for the way he comes up with names. Now in life, as well as being a witch, Desiderata was also a fairy godmother, and on her death she passes on the wand and role of fairy godmother to Magrat. So, as part of her fairy godmother duties, Magrat has to go to the city of Genua to look after the girl Ella, and is told in her final instructions by Desiderata to absolutely not involve Granny Weatherwax or Nanny Og. So, as you can imagine, Granny Weatherwax and Nanny Og insist on going with her. So the initial part of the story is about their travels to get to Genua, and then about their arrival at Genua, which is a city that is of 2 parts. Part number 1 is the public side to the city, which is extremely clean and neat, and everyone is smiling and happy all of the time. And then outside the city, there is the more real part of Genua, which is where people are more real, and there's swamps and voodoo magic and things like that. The inside part of Genua is very deliberately a Disneyland-esque type place. Something similar to the land of Duloc that Lord Farquaad created in Shrek. And then outside in the swamp is very much a New Orleans-y melting pot of lots of different cultures. What becomes clear is that the girl Ella, who Magrat is to be fairy godmother for, has in fact 2 fairy godmothers, a good one and an evil one. And it's quite interesting to see who the bad one ends up being. But I'm not going to spoil that one, because that's a really important part to the story. But like all good villains, the bad fairy godmother thinks that she is actually the good one. And what she is trying to do is force stories and fairy tales to come to life. Starting them off in small ways and then expanding them into bigger and bigger ones. One thing you can really feel from Witches Abroad is the parts where Terry Pratchett is redoing fairy tales so that they fit in with the Discworld. He's having a blast with that. The clash between the bad fairy godmother and the witches, specifically the clash between her and Granny Weatherwax, is an interesting one as well. We get some new interesting ideas for the first time as well. So one of the things that we get to see is Grebo, Nanny Og's vicious, malevolent cat, becoming human for the first time. Now that happens a couple of times later on in the series, but seeing the transformation of Grebo the psychotic cat into Grebo the psychotic human, that's a lot of fun. Pratchett's writing and his gags are going from strength to strength. The characters of Nanny, Magrat and Granny are just getting more engaging the more that you see them. And we're really at a period in the Discworld where Pratchett has found his voice. He really gets what the Discworld is and who the characters in it are. It doesn't feel like it's the sort of fumbling around that he does in some of the earlier ones, you know, like when we get back to go. Like if we think all the way back to Strata, it's kind of Terry Pratchett doing his version of Douglas Adams. Now, in Witches Abroad, it really feels like Terry Pratchett has found his own voice and has found the Discworld, and it's all the better for it. It's a lot of fun, 4.5 stars, and it's at the early stage of one of the great runs throughout the Discworld series where the books are just really, really spot on. And the next review I will be doing is for Small Gods, where Pratchett takes the brave decision to take on religion. Today, I am continuing my reread of the Discworld series with Small Gods. So, Small Gods is the 13th book in the Discworld series and is Terry Pratchett's take on religion, which is brave of him. It opens in the land of Omnia, which is a fundamentalist theocratic nation run by the priests of the god and the country is aggressively expansionist, where they are constantly invading and conquering their neighbours in order to spread the religion of The most feared part of the church is the Quisition, which is an analogue of the Spanish Inquisition, and that is led by what is expected to be the newest and 8th prophet of the Omnian religion, Vorbis, who is this calculating, cruel, cold monster. The main character of the story is Brother. That's going to be so much easier if I write on the screen what I'm saying there. Who is a novice in the Omnian priesthood. He's generally perceived to be quite dim, but in actual fact has got a mind like a vice and can remember pretty much anything he's ever seen or heard. As a result, he has got an encyclopedic knowledge of all of the texts of the Omnian religion. Brother finds a tortoise in the garden, which turns out to be the earthly manifestation of his god, Now, as part of the expansion of the country of Omnia and the church, Vorbis takes Brother, and by extension the tortoise with him to the country of Ephebi, which is a country of philosophers and thinkers and scientists, and is kind of like an analogue of ancient Greece. It's supposed to be a diplomatic mission, but in actual fact it is the precursor to Vorbis' plan to invade Ephebi, which is then going to set him up nicely as the person who's named as the next prophet of All of these things are kind of happening in the background. The main drive of the story is actually the relationship between Brother and is a tortoise because he tried to manifest himself in an earthly form, but all he had the power to be able to achieve was to make himself into a tortoise. Brother is the only one who can hear him. None of his other followers can hear him at all. And it's not really a spoiler, but it does happen a bit later in the book. But essentially, the issue with gods in the Discworld is that they feed on and they get their power on belief. And as it transpires, the only person who actually believes in out of the whole of the Omnian Church is Brother. Everyone else is just going along with all the ceremonies out of habit or because they have fear of the Quisition. As I said, this is very much a satire of organised religion, and it is, in that regard, it is absolutely hilarious. So you have got things like the Omnian religion considers the world to be round, and for anyone to suggest that it is disc-shaped and on the back of a giant turtle, that is considered to be heresy and blasphemy. But again, all of these different rules and practices have come from these earlier prophets of the god and when Brother actually questions the god about these prophets and about the teachings, at best doesn't really remember them, and at worst kind of thinks that most of these prophets made this stuff up themselves. The characters in this are glorious. Vorbis is actually really quite scary. Brother is really quite sincere, and what that manages to do is it means that, well, Pratchett is able to satirize the religious institutions as a whole. It never feels like he's belittling anyone for actually following a religion, because the sincerity and the desire to do good that Brother, the only true believer, has is really quite respectful. As the angry tortoise is absolutely phenomenal. He is constantly trying to smite his non-believers and anyone who gives him even the slightest bit of disrespect, which is kind of everyone, because he's just a tortoise. And but because of his lack of power, he's just able to scream abuse and try to bring down fire and brimstone and lightning on people, but it just doesn't do anything. And seeing someone who in their own head is a mighty god but is actually just a petulant tortoise is pretty hilarious. When they get to Ephebi as well, there's also the character of Didactylos, who is a philosopher, but in a country where philosophy is the stock and trade of just about everyone, philosophy is just another trade, and Didactylos treats philosophy in much the same way that a carpenter would treat timber. It's a fantastic book. A lot of the time when Pratchett is doing books that are based on a core idea, sometimes the plot and the story and the characters to an extent can suffer. Not in the case of Small Gods, even though there is a very specific idea that he is confronting in this. The characters are some of the best, especially for a standalone where we never have seen them before and don't get to see them develop beyond this. It is really, really funny. The plot is extremely satisfying. The characters are fantastic. The core satire at the heart of this is pitch perfect. All in all, this is absolutely a 5-star book. I'd actually forgotten just how much I enjoyed Small Gods until I reread it this year, and it is definitely one of the best Discworld books that I have read this year so far. The next book I will be reviewing is Lords and Ladies, which is a return to the witches. Today I am talking about the next book in my Discworld read-through, Lords and Ladies. So Lords and Ladies, like I said, is the fourth book about the witches of Lancre, and it picks up directly from where Witches Abroad left off. The three witches, Margaret, Nanny Og, and Granny Weatherwax, are arriving back in Lancre after the events of Witches Abroad. And they come back to find that some things have happened in their absence. For a start, King Verence has decreed that he and Margaret are going to be married and has made all of the arrangements for the wedding in Margaret's absence. We also find out that some of the girls of the village have formed their own coven of witches and have been going up to what are called the Dancers, which is a stone circle, which, slight spoiler for midway through the book, actually transpires is a gateway into the realm of the elves. And this is the first time that we see elves in the Discworld. So, because we've got the royal wedding and we've got access to this elvish realm, what we've got with Lords and Ladies is basically Terry Pratchett doing his version of A Midsummer Night's Dream. And he likes to play with the trope of what elves are supposed to be like. From the Tolkien view of elves, they're these tall, beautiful, wise, immortal creatures. But in Terry Pratchett's view, they are beautiful and they are immortal, but what they are in fact is childishly cruel. These elves are basically like the type of child who pulls the wings off flies. Also, because of the royal wedding, we get some people from outside of Lancre coming in, including a delegation from the Unseen University, which includes the Arch-Chancellor, the Bursar, and the Librarian. So the characters in this are largely characters that we've already seen before, with the exception of the new witches and the elves. So most of them from the witches stories, and also the delegation from Unseen University. There's also Casanunda, who is the play on words of Casanova from Witches Abroad, who still has a soft spot for Nanny Ogg. He's the world's second best lover and a dwarf. The plot is a little bit all over the place. It gets much, much better later on when the elves actually finally make an appearance, but up until that, it's a little bit all over the place, and it just feels like a bit of a rehash of some of the greatest hits, and just a little bit of fan fiction-y and bringing some of the characters together who have not been together before. It's still funny. It's still got Pratchett's trademark humour. But, you know, it's not one of the better witches stories, and it's not one of the better Discworld stories. I would say it's a 3.5-star book. It is, you know, along the lines of Eric and Reaper Man and Pyramids in quality. Yeah, that seems about right to me. Worth reading, but, you know, not one of the outstanding entries from the Discworld. Today, I am continuing with my reread of the entire Discworld series by Terry Pratchett with book number 15, Men at Arms. So Men at Arms is the follow-up to Guards and is the second book in the City Watch series. It continues to follow Captain Sam Vimes, who's about to retire to marry Lady Sybil Ramekin and become a private citizen, and it's not sitting too well with him. The rest of the men from the Watch are back as well. So you've got Sergeant Colin, Corporal Nobby Nobbs, and the newly promoted Corporal Carrot. And now they are getting supplemented with some new recruits. And as the patrician of Ankh-Morpork wants some additional representation, considering the melting pot of a city that Ankh-Morpork is, they now have Detritus the Troll as a new constable. Detritus, who we last saw in moving pictures. Constable Cuddy, a dwarf. And Constable Angua, who is a woman, and something else as well. The story begins with the death of the father of Edward Diath, a nobleman of Ankh-Morpork and someone who trained in the Assassin's Guild. And after the death of his father, starts to become very angry at the state of things in the city of Ankh-Morpork, and becomes convinced that the situation would be resolved if the patrician Lord Vetinari was gone, and instead they returned to an age of kings. He then takes it upon himself to research who the last remaining heir of the royal family of Ankh-Morpork is, and comes to the conclusion that it is actually Corporal Carrot from the City Watch. He sets a plan into motion with the purpose of getting a king back onto the throne of Ankh-Morpork, and the plan starts off with the death of a clown, then a large explosion at the Assassin's Guild, and follows up with a series of mysterious deaths, and it takes it from there. Like Guards, it becomes a bit of a whodunit mystery. So what you've got is a detective story, you've got the world of Ankh-Morpork, and you've got the new influx of recruits into the City Watch. We also start to see some old characters make a reappearance, most notable of which is Gaspard the Wonder Dog from Moving Pictures, who after spending some time sleeping rough outside Unseen University is now able to talk again. The Watch series is a part of Discworld that has me very conflicted, because I always think of Guards as being my favourite Discworld book, but objectively speaking, the Watch books get better and better with every single iteration. So while Guards might be my favourite, Men-at-Arms is actually a better book because we've got the established characters of the watch that we had before. That cast expands, and it expands for the better. We start to get a new influx, and you start to see a growing of the City Watch, which continues all the way through that whole watch series. You've got a great mystery plot. You've got fantastic characters with really strong, well-defined character arcs over the course of the story. And as well as that, it's really, really funny. But aside from being really, really funny, it actually takes on some very serious issues as well, such as the overdependence and abuse of alcohol, racial stereotypes and prejudices. Even though it's a funny book set in a fantasy Discworld, it deals with those serious topics extremely well. I love Men-at-Arms. It is a fantastic book. It's making me re-examine, is Guards actually still my favourite Discworld book? So Men-at-Arms is absolutely a 5-star read for me. I love it, and the watch books just keep getting better and better, and quite frankly, I can't wait to reread Feet of Clay, which is the next in the watch series. Today, I am continuing my read-through of the Discworld series in chronological order, and this is book number 16, Soul Music. So, Soul Music is kind of two books in one. It is, first of all, it is what if the Discworld had rock and roll music, or as it's referred to on the disc, music with rocks in it, because you've got a troll who plays the drums, which are made out of rocks. And it's also a continuation of the sub-series about the character of Death, following on from Mort and Reaperman. What has happened on Death's side is that Isabel and Mort have died in a tragic accident, and Death wants to try and do something which he's never been able to do before, which is to forget. So he abandons his post and goes off and joins the Clatchian Foreign Legion. And the role of Death then falls to the daughter of Mort and Isabel, which is Susan. Susan is a teenage girl in a girls' school, and she is visited by the Death of Rats, who brings her back to Death's domain, where she is told that she must now, in her grandfather's absence, take up the mantle of the Grim Reaper of Death. Susan has to start to deal with her memories, many of which she's forgotten about her time with her grandfather. She vaguely remembered that she had a grandfather, but didn't realise that he was Death, and has to come to terms with that, as well as the loss of her parents. On the other side of the story, you've got Imp Ikellen, who is a bard who comes to Ankh-Morpork to earn his fortune as a musician. Discovers he can't play properly without joining the Musicians Guild, and can't join the Musicians Guild without a significant amount of money. So he starts to play together with a troll and a dwarf, and they start to play music with rocks in it, which is the Discworld's version of rock and roll music. The paths of these two stories cross when Imp was supposed to die at a gig in the Mended Drum, but is kept alive by the music itself. The music starts to become incredibly popular, and as with any sort of enterprise when it becomes popular, the band start to get managed by one Cut My Own Throat Dibbler, who is the resident entrepreneur in Ankh-Morpork and can always smell when something profitable is happening. In many ways, Soul Music is a bit of a retread of what we already got in moving pictures. Instead of it being movies, it's music. So you get a whole load of jokes around the names of, famous bands and songs and musicians and things like that. You know, when Imp is playing on stage, he is... people say that the way he moves is very elvish, and he changes his name to, because Imp Ikellen translates roughly to the bud of a holly bush, and he changes his name to Buddy Holly. And yeah, that kind of feels a bit forced, and so do a lot of the gags in this. When Pratchett is doing his normal dialogue and his normal descriptions of everything going on, it is just as funny and as witty as it normally is. But when he starts to bring in some of the musical jokes, it can feel a little bit forced. The characters on the musician side are a lot less interesting than the ones were in moving pictures. It feels like a bit of a retread, where it's something that is a reflection of something in our world that is coming into the Discworld and is gaining power, and it threatens to unravel reality itself, all of that sort of thing. He's moved away from it being the creatures from the Dungeon Dimensions trying to break in through these holes in the fabric of reality. I think he recognizes that particular trope is possibly a little bit overdone by himself at this point. So it is handled a little bit better, but in actual fact, the music side of the story, surprisingly, because I'm such a music fan and all of those gags should really appeal to me, it kind of feels forced, and I don't enjoy them quite as much as I did with the similar sort of thing that went on in moving pictures. The Death side of the story is better. Death himself is not in it that much, except in going through various different things in order to try and help him forget after the death of Isabel and Mort. But seeing Susan for the first time, who becomes another character that we will see several times in the future, she's a really interesting character. She's this strong, independent young girl who believes in things being sorted out sensibly, and she's... to see her maturing over the next couple of books is going to be good. But like with Reaper Man, it's a bit of a story of two halves, where one half, the death side, is quite strong, and the non-death side, even though in theory Discworld with rock and roll sounds like it should be a really strong one, it feels like a bit of a retread of moving pictures, except not quite so good. Look, no Discworld is ever going to be a real miss for me, but this is one of the ones that is just okay. I give it a 3 stars. In my ranking, it's probably somewhere between The Colour of Magic and The Light Fantastic. So it seems like maybe a bit of a theme that when in the Discworld series Terry Pratchett starts retreading old ground, it can be less strong. So it's going to be interesting to see if that theme carries through to Interesting Times, which is the next book I'm going to read, which is the next Rincewind book. And in this one, he gets reunited with Two Flower, who we haven't seen since The Light Fantastic. And today I'm continuing with my reread of the Discworld series with book number 17, Interesting Times. So Interesting Times is the 5th book in the Rincewind subseries of the Discworld books. It opens with the patrician of Ankh-Morpork being sent a message demanding that the wizard be delivered to the Agatean Empire, the counterweight continent on the far side of the disc, a reclusive empire that is the place where Two Flower came from all those books ago. So by the spelling of wizard in the message with the 2 Zs, it's the Arch-Chancellor of Unseen University manages to figure out that that spelling has come from the hat of Rincewind, and realizes that the wizard that they are actually asking for is Rincewind himself. So they, by means of magic, they find him and bring him back to the Unseen University, and then coerce him into being sent to the Agatean Empire. So the wizards send Rincewind out to the Agatean Empire with magic, and he arrives to find a country in social upheaval as a result of the revolutionary pamphlet that has been published, What I Did on My Holidays. So it transpires that after Two Flower got back after the events of The Light Fantastic, he wrote an account of his holidays, which painted a picture of a world that was significantly less repressive than that of the Agatean Empire, and also painted a picture of the mighty wizard who accompanied him on the way, and inadvertently set Rincewind up as a symbol of the revolution in the Agatean Empire. So taking advantage of all of the political upheaval is Lord Hung, the Grand Vizier of the Emperor, who is doing what all Grand Viziers tend to do in fiction, which is have these Machiavellian plots in order to take control. And also taking advantage of all the political upheaval is the aged barbarian from the light fantastic Cohen, or as he's now calling himself, Genghis Cohen, who, along with his silver horde of equally octogenarian mercenaries, is planning on the biggest raid of his career. The biggest issue I have with Interesting Times is the spine of the book. For some reason, when the original paperbacks were being published, they did a fantastic job of keeping all the Discworld's branding very, very consistent for all of those early Discworld books. Except for some weird reason, for Interesting Times, the publisher Corgi decided to put its name at the bottom of the spine instead of the top, which they'd done for all of the other books. So if you are in any way a collector, and if you are in any way OCD, I would avoid picking up Interesting Times. Still, at least Josh Kirby managed to draw Two Flower with two eyes and glasses, as opposed to having four eyeballs. It only took him 11 years to be able to do that. So problems with the spine aside, Interesting Times is actually pretty decent. This is the first time we've been to the Agatean Empire, and what we find is a country that has clearly had ages of innovation in the past, but is very much stunted by its very isolationist view of the rest of the world. So it has become a place of bureaucracy and arrested development, frankly, as well. So Lord Hong is a great Machiavellian villain. Think of him as like a dark version of Lord Vetinari from Ankh-Morpork. Well, darker. Well, probably the same amount of dark. Well, he mightn't be quite as dark as Vetinari, but he is more interested in his own personal advancement, whereas Vetinari is more interested in the running of the city and making sure that everything works. It is great seeing Two Flower and Rincewind back together. It kind of feels like a bit of unfinished business on Pratchett's part, because the last time they were together in The Light Fantastic, it was very much at a period when Pratchett hadn't found his feet with his writing and his humour. It was all still just starting to settle into place, and now he's really in his stride. And to see them together again, but with Pratchett at his peak, is a lot of fun. The only shame about it is it's a little bit on the brief side. If anything, this is more Cohen's story than it is Rincewind, and Two Flower is not much more than an extended cameo. And that is a shame, but Cohen is a really great character, and to see him and the Silver Horde being introduced, that is a hell of a lot of fun. I won't spoil it either, but this is one of the first times in the Discworld that actually one of the next books is teased, and we get a bit of a tease of where Rincewind is going to go next in the next Rincewind book, which is The Last Continent. So it's a fun, if unremarkable addition to the Discworld books. I gave it 3.5 stars, which pretty much puts it slap bang in the middle of the Discworld books I've read so far. Today I'm continuing my reread of the Discworld series with book number 18, Maskerade. So Maskerade is the 4th or 5th book in the Witches subseries, depending on whether or not you count Equal Rites, and is set after Margaret has gotten married and Granny Weatherwax and Nanny Og are now down to a coven of 2 and thinking that they actually need a new young recruit. So the girl that they have in mind as their newest junior coven member is Agnes Nitt, who we last met briefly in Lords and Ladies as a member of the young coven that sprung up while the witches were abroad. So Nanny has noticed the spark of potential witchcraft in Agnes, but the thing is, Agnes kind of knows what they have in mind, so she takes off to Ankh-Morpork to pursue her dream as an opera singer. So she arrives in the Ankh-Morpork Opera House, and wouldn't you know it, there is a phantom that is haunting the opera house, and some deaths start to occur. So Nanny Og and Granny Weatherwax do a bit of witchy divining when they're looking for Agnes and realise the danger that she might be under and make their way to Ankh-Morpork. There's also a bit of a subplot about why they're going, about the fact that Nanny Og has written a very sexually explicit cookbook called The Joy of Snacks, which possibly might imply that it has been written by Granny Weatherwax, and perhaps they might be actually owed some royalties for it as well, so that is another reason for them to go to Ankh-Morpork. So Maskerade is kind of doing a lot. So it's, first of all, it's obviously doing the Discworld's version of Phantom of the Opera. It's also doing a bit of a murder mystery. It's also taking the whole fish out of water of the two witches from Lancre coming down to Ankh-Morpork, a city that we are very used to after having spent so much time in it. There's things like the publishing subplot. There's things like a whole theme about people trying to figure out what it is that they are meant to do and what they are destined to be. Historically, when Terry Pratchett's been trying to weave too many threads at the same time, it's kind of had the tendency to unravel on him. And, you know, some things have come through stronger than others. But I have to say, with Maskerade, he absolutely sticks the landing. So he balances all of the arcs really, really successfully. He brings them all to very, very satisfying conclusions. And on top of that, he even manages to throw in some other bits and pieces for long-term Discworld readers as well, such as, you know, with the murder mystery going on, having the two undercover police in the Opera House as being Detritus the Troll and Nobby Nobbs. So that's hilarious. And there's also this scene with Granny Weatherwax confronting death in order to save the life of a child who she's ministering to. And quite frankly, having read that, it sums up both of those characters so well, and it might actually be my favourite scene in the entire Discworld series that I've read so far. So Maskerade was a book that I actually read many, many years ago and haven't reread. And when I did read it, it didn't really register in my memory that much. I also have to say that it is, so far, hands down, my favourite of the Witches sub-series of books, and with only one book to go, it's likely to stay in that top spot. To me, it's a solid 4.5 star read, and when I get to do my eventual ranking of the entire Discworld series, I would not be surprised if Maskerade ends up in the top 10. Today, I am continuing with my reread of the Discworld series with number 19, Feet of Clay. So Feet of Clay is the third in the City Watch series of books. I can't believe we're only on the third one. And the plot revolves around a series of murders that seem to be related to the golems in the city. Golems being these huge clay humanoid shapes that have been brought to life with holy mysticism and are basically this obedient race that never tire, so they're ideal for all of these menial jobs in the city. So the golems are a bit of a source of fear in the city, despite the fact that they've never actually done anything beyond follow to the letter the orders that they've been given. And when these murders start to seem to involve golems, it starts to cause a level of unrest in Ankh-Morpork. And to add to that unrest, it seems that someone is attempting to poison Lord Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork. And in the power vacuum of him being incapacitated, some of the upper echelons of society start to think that perhaps the Lord Vetinari could be replaced, and perhaps he could be replaced with the king. And as we've known from the watch books beforehand, there is rumours that the last descendant of the line of kings in Ankh-Morpork is currently in the City Watch. And as this is all going on, we can see the continued expansion of the City Watch. And we're seeing this mostly through the eyes of its newest recruit, the dwarf, Cheery Littlebottom, who is struggling with her dwarf identity. I would say the theme that runs through Feet of Clay more than anything else is the theme of identity. It's about people who are looking at their past, whether it be their cultural past, whether it be their family history, or whether it be their own personal history. Trying to reconcile who they are compared to that and who they are now versus who they want to continue to be into the future. Those are some pretty deep and heavy themes for a book with gags about dwarfs and vampires and trolls and things. But we do see this in some of the established characters like Vime struggling with his alcoholism. We see it with Colin looking at retiring. We see it with Angua struggling with her werewolf persona. I also see it with Nobby, who... I won't spoil it for you, but let's just say there's some things in his family history which might be coming back to bite him and play a significant part in the plot. As well as the established characters, we see this whole identity thing with some of the newer characters as well. We have a new constable in Constable Visit the Infidels with explanatory pamphlets, who is an Omnian. And the last time we saw the Omnians was in Small Gods, when they were a very militant church. And now they have gone under some reformation, which means that they are more missionary in nature, more akin to things like the Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons, where he is very good-naturedly attempting to explain the way of and to get into theological debates with the likes of Sam Vimes and all of the other coppers on the City Watch. We see this as well with the Golem characters as the story unfolds and we understand what's actually going on. But where we see it most is with the character of Cheery Littlebottom, who, despite being a traditional dwarf in the fact that she's got iron boots and a full beard, is a female and wants to start expressing that femininity in a way beyond just looking like a normal dwarf and singing gold, 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 gold all the time. So a lot of the other sub-series in Discworld can fluctuate in quality. You do see peaks and troughs in it. The City Watch series, and granted we're only on the third one, but it is the series that has been consistently high with every single book I've read. Again, this is the third City Watch book that I've read in this read-through, and it's the third of the City Watch books that's getting a full 5 stars from me. Today, I am continuing with my read-through of the Discworld series with book number 20, Hogfather. So this is the fourth book on the Death sub-series, and it's set in and around Hogswatch Night. Hogswatch Night is the Discworld's equivalent of Christmas, and if Hogswatch Night is the Discworld's equivalent of Christmas, then the Discworld's equivalent of Santa Claus is the Hogfather. The story starts with the grey-cloaked auditors of reality who we last saw attempting to get Death sacked back in Reaperman. And now they are commissioning the Guild of Assassins to take out the Hogfather. The Assassins send their most unusually thinking and, quite frankly, scary assassin on the job, a Mr. Tea Time, or as he likes to say it's pronounced, Mr. Teatame. As this is going on, Susan, Death's granddaughter, who we last saw in Soul Music, is now working as a governess for a wealthy family in Ankh-Morpork. And, like in Soul Music, the grim squeaker, the Death of Rats, shows up because of concerns about her grandfather, Death. Apparently he's acting quite odd, and what he's actually doing is doing the job of the Hogsfather. Sleigh, red suit, the whole lot. So obviously this is the Discworld Does Christmas, but it is a wee bit more than that as well. So it does follow on from some of the themes from Small Gods around how anthropomorphic beings are not just nourished and kept alive by, but are also shaped by the belief that people have in them. And what Death is trying to do is actually to try and keep that belief in the Hogfather alive. There are a couple of less successful subplots in this, like the spontaneous creation of new anthropomorphic beings and deities because of all of the extra belief that is circulating around because of the absence of the Hogfather. There's also Susan attempting to come to terms with her grandfather being death, which I feel is kind of old ground that we kind of already did in soul music, but even those two criticisms aside, it isn't enough to spoil what is an absolutely fantastic, hilarious, laugh out loud book. The high point is definitely Death's attempt at being the Discworld's version of Santa Claus. There's obviously the macabre part to that, but there's the fact that Death himself is someone who is constantly trying to understand the human condition and quite frequently failing at it. There's an extended scene in a large shop in Ankh-Morpork where Death sets up in a grotto and starts meeting children and giving them presents from his sack, and it has some moments in it that are genuinely laugh out loud as you're reading the book. Weirdly, even though this is the fourth Death book, this wouldn't actually be a bad entry point for someone new to the Discworld. For Discworld virgins, because of the familiarity of the whole Christmas conceit, it is an easy one to get into. And while there are some tidbits in there for the seasoned Discworld reader, it's easy to understand and is just really, really funny. And a novice at Discworld wouldn't feel out of place reading this one. So Hogfather is another 5-star read from me, definitely not one to skip, and would actually make someone a very nice Christmas present. Today I'm continuing with my read-through of the Discworld series with book number 21, Jingo. So the story of Jingo takes place when the lost island city of Lesh emerges from the sea, halfway between Ankh-Morpork and the country of Clatch. Both nations lay claim to the ancient city, and as a result, tensions start to run high between Ankh-Morpork and Clatch. And actually, tensions start to run high in the city as there is a high number of Clatchian immigrants who live in Ankh-Morpork, and the civil unrest as a result of the anti-Clatchian sentiment starts to run high and spill over into a lot of violent acts. And when something like that happens, that is the domain of the City Watch. Aside from the street level anti-Clatchian sentiments, there is also an undercurrent among the ruling classes that actually it's a high time that the people of Ankh-Morpork went and give those foreign Clatchians a jolly good seeing to, and there starts to become a greater and greater momentum towards a state of war between the two nations, which is exacerbated when the Prince of Clatch comes to visit diplomatically the city of Ankh-Morpork, and there is an attempt on his life. So this is very much, from the Watch point of view, the investigation into who has attempted to kill the Clatchian prince, who is going to benefit from a war between Ankh-Morpork and Clatch, and is this someone from the Ankh-Morpork side, like Lord Rust, who is the de facto leader of the nobility who is pushing for a state of war, or is this from the Clatchian side themselves? And the main suspect there is the shady character known as 71 Hour Ahmed. What Jingo does really, really well is a great comment on the absurdity of war and the escalation towards a state of war that happens from time to time. This very much feels like an allegory of the First World War, where there is all of this national pride and jingoism, as the title suggests. As well as that jingoism, there's also this misplaced feeling of it'll all be over quickly because those foreign barbarians can't possibly be up to the standard of our fighting boys. So the parallels between sort of First World War and the imperialism on both sides leading up to that First World War is very apparent, and that is handled extremely well. What possibly isn't handled quite so well is the story of the various characters in the City Watch themselves, and it's not that they're handled badly. It just feels a little stagnant. From guards to men-at-arms to feet of clay, it felt like there was development of the watch itself and the characters in the watch. And it feels quite stagnant between what's happened between Feet of Clay and between Jingo. You know, the relationship between Carrot and Angua is still on the same terms, where Angua's wondering if she will be able to stay with Carrot because of her werewolf nature and who he is as a person. Vimes still has his struggling with his new sense of nobility and all of that. And it feels like old ground that we've kind of already covered. It's great old ground, but it doesn't feel like it's moved on from the last time. That's not to say this is bad. It's still a Discworld watchbook by Terry Pratchett, and a Discworld watchbook by Terry Pratchett is pretty much better than most other books by anybody else. So I wouldn't say it's a miss, but it is my least favourite of the watch books so far. I did still give it 4 stars, but it scraped 4 stars. It was probably closer to 3 3/4 stars. The next book I'll be reading is the follow-up to Interesting Times and the continuation of Rincewind's story arc, and arguably the last book in the Rincewind story arc, if you don't count The Last Hero. Discworld is a world, and a mirror of worlds. This is not a book about Australia. No, it happens somewhere entirely different, which just happens to be here and there a bit Australian. Still, no worries, right? And today I'm continuing with my reread of the Discworld series with book 22, and that is The Last Continent. So there's a lot of things going on in The Last Continent, but first and foremost is Rincewind taking in the continent of XXXX, which is quite clearly the Discworld version of Australia. So at the end of Interesting Times, Rincewind got catapulted off to this lost continent, and in the interim has spent his time doing what Rincewind does best, which is running away from anything that is likely to kill you, which in a country that is vaguely Australian is quite a lot of things. A lot of venomous, creepy crawlies, all trying to get Rincewind all at the same time. Going on in parallel to this, back in Unseen University in Ankh-Morpork, the librarian has become quite ill. You will know that the librarian is the orangutan who originally used to be a human wizard but got turned into an orangutan due to a magical accident. But because that has interfered with his ability to keep his original shape, his new magical illness is causing him to change into a variety of everyday objects and sneezing and feeling pretty under the weather. The wizards are concerned for his well-being and for the fact that they won't have a librarian anymore, and want to try and treat him magically. Unfortunately, the only way to treat someone magically is to know their name. And since the librarian became an orangutan, he has wanted to avoid being turned back into a human, so he has hidden all records of what his name is. And the wizards come to the conclusion that the only person who might actually remember the librarian's name is the wizard who was his last assistant in the library, and that was Rincewind. So the wizards now want to try and track down and find Rincewind, and then through various convoluted means end up on a journey themselves in the direction of 4X. I'm not going to say much more than that because that's how they end up getting there is kind of part and parcel to the plot of the story. From Rincewind's side, he's getting the whole tour of everything that is broadly Australian. Quite frequently that is linked with Australian cinema. So we get a dwarf who is called Mad, who is very much an analogue of Mad Max. There is a travelling drag show, very much akin to the one in Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. And there is the feeling that Rincewind is this outlaw, very much in the vein of Ned Kelly. In addition to that, we also get all sorts of references to Australian songs and the Opera House and everything else that is remotely Australian. I get the impression that Pratchett's having an awful lot of fun with this, and I also get the impression that Pratchett does have a real affection for Australia. There's two parallel stories, and it is divided fairly evenly, so this is less a full Rincewind story, but half a Rincewind story, half the Unseen University staff story. And they're both reasonably successful. What's happening with the university staff is a little bit on the convoluted side, but when the two stories do merge back together again, it's done in a fairly satisfying way, but yeah, it kind of feels a little bit like the plot has gotten in the way of all the bits of Australian things that Pratchett wanted to squeeze into the book. Although Rincewind does make some more appearances in some of the later books, like he has an extended part in The Last Hero, and I think he's in Unseen Academicals as well. But this really is properly the last book where Rincewind is the star. And you know what? It's a pretty decent send-off for Rincewind. His books have never been the strongest in the Discworld series, but they've been fun, and I've had a lot of enjoyment with Rincewind as a character and his reluctant heroism and very intentional cowardice. I gave it a 3.5 stars. It's a strong 3.5 stars. It's bordering on a 4, but not quite. But I enjoyed it, and it's a fitting farewell to the character of Rincewind. Today I'm talking about the 23rd book in my Discworld reread, Carpe Jugulum. So Carpe Jugulum is the 5th or 6th book in the Witches subseries, depending on whether or not you count Equal Rites as the first one or not. And it's also the last one. This is the last adventure of the Coven of 3 Witches in Lancre. The story begins on the naming day of King Verence and Queen Margaret's daughter in Lancre, and as part of the ceremony, King Verence, being all modern, decides to invite various dignitaries from the neighbouring kingdoms, including the Count de Magpire from Uberwald. The Count and his family are a family of vampires, and the one thing that everyone knows about vampires is you shouldn't invite them round. So the vampire family arrive and decide that they actually want to stay and rule Lancre themselves. And obviously this does not go down well with the witches, but unfortunately Granny Weatherwax is absent. She took some offence when she believed that she hadn't been invited to the naming day ceremony. So without Granny Weatherwax, it's down to Nanny Og, Agnes and Margaret to combat the incursion of the vampires into Lancre. The big problem is the vampires are extraordinarily good at controlling people's minds. Ordinarily, the headology of Granny Weatherwax would seem to be the ideal defense against this, but actually the person who seems best able to defend themselves is Agnes, because of the additional personality of Perdita, who lives inside of her head. The only other person they've got to help them is the Omnian missionary Mightily Oates, who has been brought along for the naming day, but is himself having his own crisis of faith. I remember the first time I read Carpe Jugulum not being a massive fan of it, but actually I enjoyed it an awful lot more this second time around. So the Coven is traditionally made up of the Maiden, the Mother, and the Crone, but Granny Weatherwax is absent, and Margaret is now a mother, which means that with Agnes as the maiden, that makes Nanny Og the crone, which she's not exactly delighted about. And it's about their sort of evolving senses of self within that coven, and that's handled quite nicely. The family of vampires are really interesting. The Count the Magpie is very forward thinking as a vampire, because what he wants to do is he wants to break free of many of the old ways of vampires and many of the old weaknesses of vampires. So he conditions his children to not be afraid of religious iconography and holy water and daylight and things like that. My favorite character of the vampires, though, is the daughter, Lacrimosa, who has the angst of someone who has been a teenager for 80 years and has a group of friends who, in order to rebel, do things like wear bright clothing and change their names to things like Pam and Gertrude instead of Lacrimosa, and stop wearing dark eyeliner and colour their hair blonde. It's a nice twist on the rebellious goth trope. Some of the elements with the vampire and some of the confrontations are actually quite scarily written for a Discworld book. I wasn't quite expecting it to be quite as gruesome and scary and jeopardy-filled as it is happened to be. This is also the first time that we get to see the kingdom of Uberwald, and which is explored much more in the next book, The Fifth Elephant. But we do start to see things like the stark countryside and the strange servants called Igor. And that comes into play quite heavily in a lot of the Discworld books going forward. I had a lot of fun with Carpe Jugulum. It's a good 4-star read for me, and it's a pretty decent send-off for the witches. The witches themselves, they'll show up in some of the later books, but this is the last of the true witches sub-series, and you know what? It's not a bad send-off at all. Terry Pratchett started to overhaul the Discworld around about the turn of the millennium. He did that in two ways. Firstly, he started to bring to a close some of the stories and characters that had been around since the very, very beginning. And secondly, he started to expand and evolve the way he told stories on the Discworld as well. And the first book that's an example of that new way of telling the stories on the Discworld is The Fifth Elephant. Welcome to The Book Thing, my name's Mark, and this is my review for the 24th book in the Discworld series, The Fifth Elephant. While The Fifth Elephant is the fifth book centered around the Ankh-Morpork City Watch, it doesn't predominantly take place in Ankh-Morpork. The book is mostly about the land of Uberwald. Uberwald in the Discworld, think of it like fictional Transylvania. It is the part of the Discworld where all of the gothic and fictional creatures all come from. This is where all the vampires come from. This is where all the werewolves come from. This is where all the trolls come from. And also this is where all the dwarves come from. Uberwald as a country is rich in mineral and fat deposits, which is why it is of such vital importance to the city of Ankh-Morpork. That is where all of the fat is mined in order to supply the candles that keep the city of Ankh-Morpork lit. Legend has it that the reasons for all the minerals and fat is that in the early days of the Discworld, instead of 4 elephants standing on the back of the great turtle, there was 5. The 5th fell off, went into the orbit of the Discworld, and then crash landed in the land of Uberwald. So hence the title, The Fifth Elephant, and also the gag on The Fifth Element, which is a film that came out about 2 years before this book did. The various different races in Uberwald are always sort of jostling for power with each other, and we're in a period of unrest because it is the period when a new low king of the dwarfs is due to be elected. So the crowning of this new low king is sparking off this period of political unrest within Uberwald, not just amongst the dwarfs, but in the wider political structure, including the Lady Margalotta, who is the highest ranking vampire in Uberwald, and the von Uberwald werewolf clan, who is the family of Angua, from the City Watch. So into this political mess, Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, decides to send a diplomat, and in that instance he decides to send the Duke of Ankh-Morpork, who just happens to be Sam Vimes, the commander of the City Watch, and probably the least diplomatic person in the entirety of Ankh-Morpork. So Vimes sets off for Uberwald with a political delegation that includes his own wife, Inigo Skimmer, a secretary that has been appointed by the patrician, Detritus the troll, and Cheery the dwarf, whose presence is going to cause some degree of controversy, given that Cheery likes to refer to herself as Cherie, because actually she identifies as a female dwarf, which is something that is pretty taboo among dwarf culture. So it's quite shocking to some of the more traditional dwarfs of Uberwald to see a dwarf showing up with things like lipstick and a skirt. She didn't get rid of the beard or anything, but, you know, she's still got lipstick on. Independently of this, Angua takes off for Uberwald as well, having been informed by an old friend from there that there's some trouble afoot, and is then pursued by her boyfriend, Captain Carrot, who employs Gaspard the dog to help track her down. Some further intrigue is also provided by the fact that all Low Kings of the Dwarves have to be crowned while sitting on the Scone of Stone, which is obviously a play on the Stone of Scone, which British monarchs are all crowned on. But there seems to be an implication that perhaps this ancient piece of dwarf bakery has in fact been stolen. And if you're going to send Sam Vimes into a situation, he's going to act like a copper and try to investigate the things that are going on. The theme of The Fifth Elephant is a real metaphor for what's going on in the Discworld at the moment. It is about the clash between old and new, between modernity and tradition, between the cosmopolitan Ankh-Morpork and the more traditional Uberwald, and how those two cultures are starting to clash with each other. It is exemplified in characters like Cheery, it is exemplified in characters like Angua, and it's also exemplified in some of the other characters like Lady Margalotta, who is a vampire but a teetotaler, someone who has sworn off drinking blood so that they can now start to integrate into a modern society. And the clash between all of these and Angua's von Uberwald family, who are starting to see the traditions that they have held dear for a long time start to be eroded. And in some cases, that's quite a good thing. The other example of progress and modernity that we're seeing in this is the prevalent use of the clacks. The clacks are these large semaphore towers that transmit information and messages quickly and easily all the way across the Discworld and to people back and forth. Now, Terry Pratchett has played with the idea of taking modern technology and giving them an analogue in the Discworld before. There was, in Jingo, Sam Vimes had a personal organizer with a little demon in it, which was constantly trying to read him a warranty card and get him to set the date and things like that. Now, I have it in good authority that in the 90s, Terry Pratchett was actually going around with a little personal organizer taking notes all of the time. The clacks is slightly different though. The clacks is much more of a metaphor for mobile phones. Everyone is using them all the time. It's sprung up fast and it is now the go-to method of communication. And the clacks is actually something that becomes quite a regular feature within the Discworld stories going forward, and plays a very, very prominent part when we get to Going Postal. One of the biggest criticisms I actually have for The Fifth Elephant is the blurb. For some bizarre reason, whoever wrote the original blurb on the back of The Fifth Elephant gives away what is happening in the back third of the book. So if you are interested in picking up The Fifth Elephant, I really wouldn't read the blurb, because it gives away virtually the ending of the whole story. The Fifth Elephant was one of the first Discworld books that I read, and I really, really enjoyed it now, and it still holds up today. It fleshes out the land of Uberwald really nicely. In addition to that, it starts to flesh out some of the races that we've seen before. So we've previously seen vampires in Carpe Jugulum. Now we start to see them integrate into the Discworld a little bit more in Fifth Elephant, and we'll see that again a bit more going forward. Someone else we were introduced to in Carpe Jugulum was Igor. And what we realise now in the Fifth Elephant is that Igor was not just a single creepy weird servant. He is in fact a part of a race or clan or cult of Igors that have been acting as servants to all manner of strange people in creepy castles, and we see many of them here in Uberwald. All of the characters are actually really well served in this as well. I've previously complained that the Carrot and Angua relationship, where they're constantly at the mercy of Angua's worry about what their future holds together because she's a werewolf and he's not. That actually, rather than being a static thing now, that we start to actually see what's gone on and where Angua comes from that gives rise to a lot of these anxieties. And it actually lets them as characters start to evolve forward a little bit more, which is great. Again, we can see Vimes as the reluctant diplomat. And again, he's kind of growing into that role, much as he dislikes it. He's still a copper at heart, and he still looks for a crime to solve when he's been put into any situation he's not comfortable with. But we are getting to see him continue to evolve, and he's still one of my favourite, if not my favourite, of the Discworld characters. As with any Pratchett book, the humour is top notch, and actually he's particularly on good form in The Fifth Elephant. There's some really genuinely laugh out loud moments in it. There's a particularly hilarious subplot involving Sergeant Colin being left in charge of the city watch in the absence of Carrot and Vimes, and his style of management causing industrial action on a massive scale. Fifth Elephant is one of the books that was written when Terry Pratchett was in his absolute prime on the Discworld. It's a 5-star read. So far, it's probably my favourite watch book, but there are a few more of those to go, and spoilers, but I don't think it's going to last as my favourite watch book for long, but highly recommended. It probably isn't great as a standalone. It works better if you do understand where some of these characters have come from, but if you have followed some of the City Watch, then this is an absolute must-read.
There's a very good reason that printed on the cover of The Truth by Terry Pratchett is a banner that says the 25th Discworld book. Apart from the fact that it's the 25th Discworld book, this is very much the turning point for the Discworld in many ways. My name is Mark, this is The Book Thing, and this is my review of The Truth by Terry Pratchett. So very much in the vein of moving pictures or soul music, this is one of those Discworld books that is about the concept of what if the Discworld had ... And in this case, the question is, what if the Discworld had a newspaper? So the story follows the character of William de Wyrd, who is an educated scribe who ekes out a living in Ankh-Morpork by writing letters of the latest news and sending them to dignitaries around the Discworld. You know, he'll write these letters that describe bits of rumour and news, and he will send them off once every couple of months, and he will get £5 back for doing that. When he completes one of these letters, he pays an engraver to etch it onto a plate and make 5 copies and send it off to these dignitaries, and then he gets his money back. But one day, having just received one of these plates, he gets into an accident with a bunch of dwarves with a large cart, and they manage to destroy his engraving plate. And turns out what the dwarves actually had on that cart was supplies for a printing press. And when they redo the letter form on their movable type printing press, an opportunity opens up for both of them, where instead of sending one letter to 5 people for £5 once a month, they could send a letter out to the entire city, which people could buy for a penny and get a new one every single day. They call it Ankh-Morpork items, but then someone mixes up the type and it becomes the Ankh-Morpork Times, and it becomes the Discworld's first newspaper. This is set against the backdrop of the usual plot that is going on in Ankh-Morpork to overthrow the patrician Lord Vetinari, this time being carried out by a group of shadowy individuals in the background who have employed the services of the very, very scary Mr. Tulip and Mr. Pin, two characters who are reminiscent of the sort of characters that would have been in the cinemas in the 1990s when this was written, specifically in the cinemas from filmmakers like Quentin Tarantino. So what we've got is a standard Discworld story that is about the building up of this new enterprise. But where this differs very, very greatly from any of those stories that have come before. Previously, what's happened in something like soul music or moving pictures is a new enterprise is discovered, or a new piece of technology from our world comes into the Discworld, and it usually taps into some sort of primal magic or knocks on the walls of reality or whatever it happens to be. But generally what it means is it is going to destroy the world. And in order for the world not to be destroyed, at the end, that new enterprise doesn't exist in the disc anymore. This is where the truth is different, because the newspaper, not only is it not a existential threat to the Discworld, but it is something that is going to continue long after the book, The Truth, has finished. And this is why it's such a turning point, because Terry Pratchett uses The Truth kind of as a template for when he starts to move into some of his other stories around the modernization of the Discworld that we see later on in things like Going Postal and Raising Steam and Making Money. The character work in this is fantastic. William the Wyrd is quite an interesting character because he develops essentially this reverence for the truth and for news, and he basically comes up with journalistic ethics all on his own. We got Otto, the photographer, who is absolutely fascinated by light, which is quite a challenge, considering anytime there's any bright flash of light, he turns to ash and has to be revived with a drop of blood. And Otto, like Lady Margalotta in The Fifth Elephant, is a member of the Blue Ribbons. He is a teetotaler. He is a vampire who has sworn off blood and likes to convince himself that what they'd much prefer is a cup of tea and a sing-song. Mr. Pin and Mr. Tulip are suitably terrifying and also quite quirky and weird in the way that they come across. I don't actually want to spoil what they're like because they're best discovering them for yourself. And then you've got the mosaic of the standard Ankh-Morpork people as well. So you've got things like Lord Vetinari, you've got the characters of the Watch, and it's interesting to see how the Watch is perceived from an external perspective. So the Wyrd has this, he's heard the rumour that there is a werewolf in the Watch and works off this assumption that it's going to be the least human-looking human that's there, so naturally he assumes that Nobby Nobbs is the werewolf. We also get to see Gaspard the Wonder Dog again and the dregs of the Beggars Guild, such as Duckman and Foul Old Ron, which have been adding colour to a lot of the books and here really, really get to shine. And then, of course, there is the ever-present Mr. Cut My Own Throat Dibbler, because whenever there's some sort of enterprise going on in Ankh-Morpork, he's going to be involved in some way or another. The Truth was actually the very first Discworld book that I read, and I have to say it's still to this day a hell of an introduction. Even though it's 25 books in, it's so standalone and it gives you such a great overall view of everything that's happening in the city of Ankh-Morpork that I'd still recommend it as a great starting point for a new reader to the Discworld. There are some references that are coming across that still feel like they're from the turn of the millennium, but aside from that, the whole thing holds up incredibly well. It is still one of my favourite Discworlds, and it's an easy 5-star read for me.
The Discworld has come to the end of an era in more ways than one, with this, the 26th book, The Thief of Time.
So, The Thief of Time is the final book in the series of books in Discworld that follow Death as one of the primary characters. Like many of the other Death books, this is initiated by the antagonist, the auditors of reality, the grey hooded figures who see all life and things that go on as a massive inconvenience to their orderliness of the Discworld. So they set in motion a plan in which to attempt to trap time itself. So a young and particularly focused clockmaker called Jeremy Clarkson, look, not all the Pratchett gags are going to be bangers, are they? Is commissioned by the mysterious Lady Legine to create a glass clock that is so accurate that it measures the actual tick of the universe. Now, for Jeremy's obsessive mind, this is merely a clock that is going to be completely accurate, but what Legine knows is that the making of this very clock is the mechanism that is going to trap time itself in a single moment for all eternity. As per usual, Death cannot actively interfere, so what he does is he sets in motion his granddaughter Susan to try and unpick what's actually happening and prevent effectively the end of time, which is going to be the apocalypse. So while she's doing that, Death has to fulfill his own duties as part of the apocalypse and reassemble the old band, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. And we find out that actually there was, in the early days, a 5th horseman who left before they became famous. Also trying to prevent the apocalypse are the monks of history who live high up in the mountains and have been tasked with managing time throughout the disc. So taking time from where it's not needed and putting it in places where it is needed much more. We came across the monks of history previously, and one of them specifically, Lutzi the Sweeper, in Small Gods. And he returns here as their main agent, who is tasked, along with his young and particularly gifted apprentice Lobsang, to attempt to find where the glass clock is being constructed and to prevent it from being started up. And the story has lots more secrets and, you know, different facets to it that I'd rather not go into, to be honest, because they are much more fun to find out about yourself. Now, I did mention that this was an end of an era. And it isn't just the end of an era because this is the last book in the Death series, but it is also the last book that was illustrated by the longtime illustrator for the Discworld, Josh Kirby. Josh Kirby had been doing all of the paperback illustrations for Terry Pratchett's right back from Strata onwards, and has done all of the illustrations for the Discworld books up until now, even including Eric, which was a fully illustrated book. But when this book was released in 2001, sadly Josh Kirby passed away later that year. So Thief of Time marks the last cover illustration by Josh Kirby. And it's fair to say Josh Kirby's illustration style was never particularly accurate to what Pratchett actually described in his work, but it had a very distinctive and frenetic style to it, which really gave a good appreciation for the tone of the Discworld stories and really made them quite distinctive. I distinctly remember seeing Discworld books standing out on the shelves in bookshops back in the 90s in a way that other books just didn't. And he has left a lasting legacy on the Discworld series. So this is a book that has a lot of quite deep concepts in it, a lot of them to do with the nature of the personification of various
different concepts. Death obviously being the obvious one, but time is also a personified character in this as well. There are an awful lot of moving parts to the story. You have the Jeremy creating the clock with his assistant, an Igor, of course. If you're going to be a mad scientist and creating something in the Discworld, you've got to have an Igor. There's also the nature of who Lady Legine is and who she becomes, which is one of the stronger elements to the story, actually. There's the quest that Lutzi and Lobsang are on, and there's also Susan trying to unpick what's going on as well. In the background, you've also got Death, who's reassembling, getting the old band back together for the apocalypse itself. We saw the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse before. I think it was in Sourcery, and they were a little bit underserved in this one, and we get to see them sort of fleshed out a little bit more in this and done just that little bit better. We also get to see the character of Lutzi expand a little bit more as well, and start to see about him as a very much in the vein of someone like Yoda. He is this master who is unassuming in his physical appearance and in the way that he speaks, but is very, very powerful in what he's able to achieve. It's particularly funny to listen to some of his words of wisdom, which he picked up from the great Mrs. Cosmopolite of Ankh-Morpork, who's able to come up with some deep pearls of wisdom, such as "I wasn't born yesterday" and "Ooh, you're so sharp, you'll cut yourself one of these days." The character of Susan and her journey is an interesting one in this, because she potentially sees the possibility of finding somebody else who is similar to her with, a 1 foot in the whole metaphysical and personification of concepts and 1 foot in reality as well. I won't go into that one in too much detail, but you'll get the idea of that as the story progresses. I think where it's a little bit underserved is in the relationship between Death and Susan, which feels like it hasn't progressed at all over the course of all of the books that we've seen them together in. Specifically since Hogfather and this one, they both seem to have the same relationship where she is kind of angry with him for getting her involved in things, but she's going to be involved in it anyway, and kind of angry with him for, not being the cuddly grandfather that she kind of wants, but she doesn't actually want really. We saw that a lot in Hogfather, and towards the end of Hogfather, it almost felt like they'd moved on a little bit, but in Thief of Time, they're kind of right back where they were. It's sad. I don't know if Pratchett intended to write any more in the Death series. It would have been nice if the pair of them had managed to move their relationship on further in a future installment, but unfortunately it was not to be, and this is the last of the Death sub-series. But that being said, it is one of the strongest ones in the Death sub-series. It's much, much stronger than the likes of Soul Music and Reaper Man. It's right up there with Mort and Hogfather, and it's worth a solid 4.5 stars, this one. Really, really liked it. If you enjoy the Death series, it's not a great conclusion, because it still feels like there could have been more that were said, but it's certainly a satisfying way to round out the series. After the sad passing of Josh Kirby back in 2001, the Discworld was on the lookout for a new artist, and they got that with Paul Kidby. And he arrived with a bang with The Last Hero. Hello, I'm Mark, welcome to the Book Thing, and this is my review of The Last Hero by Terry Pratchett with significant amount of artwork by Paul Kidby. Apart from the sad passing of Josh Kirby requiring a new artist for the Discworld, this is a turning of the page for Discworld in more than one way. This is very much Pratchett reflecting on the very early years of the Discworld, looking at the first of the books back at from Colour of Magic and Light Fantastic, and revisiting some of the stories and concepts that he had there with the experience and the knowledge of the Discworld that he's developed in the intervening years. This is the story of how Cohen the Barbarian, who we last saw in Interesting Times as the Emperor Genghis Khan in the Agatean Empire, wanting to go out in a bit of a blaze of glory and making the decision that since millennia ago fire had been stolen from the gods of the Discworld by the first hero, he was going to be the last hero and bring it back to them on a mission basically to send an eruption of fire right to the heart of where the gods of the Discworld live, up in Dunmanifestin. Unfortunately, calculations have been made that should Cohen actually succeed in what he's attempting to do, he may well destroy the entirety of the Discworld. And as a result, some of the brightest minds in Ankh-Morpork get together and decide to send a mission in order to try and stop Cohen. And the only way that they can do it swiftly enough is to leave the edge of the Discworld, orbit around, and then arrive back in the central spire of the disc to apprehend him. And for this mission, they have, of course, the great Leonardo of Quirm, the Discworld equivalent of Leonardo da Vinci, who designs the ship that they are taking. We have the volunteer of Captain Carrot, because who else in the City Watch is going to volunteer for something like this? And then we have someone who manifestly does not want to volunteer, but reckons that if he doesn't volunteer, he'll end up in the spaceship anyway, and that is, of course, Rincewind. So even though the last continent was kind of Rincewind's last hurrah, he still plays a pretty prominent role in this story. But this is a story about revisiting an awful lot of the things that we've seen in the Discworld already. We get to see the wizards and the overall city of Ankh-Morpork, and it's a nice excuse for Paul Kidby to actually give life to some of the characters that we have seen on the pages so many times before. And like I said, it really does hark back to the early days of the Discworld. When Colour of Magic and Light Fantastic actually came out, the stories were very much based in sort of old sword and sorcery style fantasy. You know, it was barbarians and wizards and things like that. It was a parody of them, but that was very much still the vein of it. Now, since then, the Discworld has evolved in the same way that fantasy has evolved into being more about real working places that have a fantastical element to them, and the Discworld is becoming more and more workable as time goes on. So Cohen's last hurrah, Cohen's blaze of glory, and Cohen's harking back to those first days of heroes in the Discworld, this is very much Pratchett looking back at what the Discworld was and almost giving it a little bit of a love letter, and giving it a love letter that is absolutely beautifully illustrated all the way through. The last time we saw one of the Discworld books being illustrated, it was Eric, and there were a few sparse illustrations all the way through. In this one, we get dozens and dozens of absolutely gorgeous illustrations throughout the entire book. There is all of the characters that we see in the book, and quite frankly, Pratchett brings in as many of them into the story as possible so that Paul can really let his imagination run riot and show all of these characters. They all look absolutely spectacular, and not only that, but they look precisely how you would imagine them to be looking, considering how Pratchett describes them. Like Eric, the other illustrated book that came before it, it's very short, so it's the sort of thing you can breeze through in a nice afternoon, and it is a very, very pleasant read. It doesn't add a whole lot to the whole lore of the Discworld, but it's a lovely way of looking back on where the Discworld has come from and seeing where the Discworld can evolve to in the future. So if you're looking for a nice tour of the Discworld and some of the characters in it, The Last Hero is
It's an absolutely gorgeous book to pick up, for the sheer beauty of being able to flick through it. And you know what? It's got a pretty damn good story to go along with it as well. I give it 4 stars. And you know what? It wouldn't necessarily be a bad place to start on Discworld if you've never read any Discworld books before, because you get to really get a sense of what the world looks like, as well as getting a really nice but succinct story to take you through it. Here's a trivia question for you. In what book do we first hear about the amazing Maurice and his educated rodents? If your answer is this book, you'd be wrong. Hello, I'm Mark, this is The Book Thing, and this is my review for The Amazing Maurice and His Educated Rodents. So The Amazing Maurice and His Educated Rodents is a Discworld novel, but it is a standalone Discworld book, and for very good reason, because this is intended as the first book for younger readers in the Discworld. It's certainly not the last book that's aimed at younger readers. The next one is going to be The Wee Free Men, which is the first in the Tiffany Aching series. And these are distinguished from the other ones with language that's maybe slightly less colourful, although Pratchett is never particularly profane in the first place. Maybe a subject matter that is slightly less darker in some places, although sometimes the Tiffany Aching books can get pretty dark. And actually there's some dark elements to Amazing Maurice as well. From what I can see, one of the main distinctions between Terry Pratchett's children's books and Terry Pratchett's normal Discworld books is that the children's books have actual chapters in them, which the other Discworld books don't. So if you're the sort of person who struggles to put down a book until they've reached the end of a chapter, then when it comes to Discworld books, apart from his children's ones, you're going to find yourself in for some long reading sessions. So The Amazing Maurice is essentially the Discworld version of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, except instead of a piper who is called upon to rid a town of its plague of rats, it's actually more of a con. Maurice is a cat who, due to eating something from outside of the magical unseen university, now has high intelligence and the ability to speak. However, he's not the only one. There is also a tribe of rats who are also able to think and speak as well. And they are trying to find themselves a better life for themselves, where they can live somewhere where they're not hunted. Maurice manages to convince them that in order to find such a place, they're going to need some money. And in order to get some money, they enlist the help of a young piper, just referred to as the Kid, who so they can then go from town to town, create their own little mini plague of rats, and then the piper can go in and pipe the rats out of the town. This is all going well until they reach a town which already seems to have a plague of rats, which the people are living in fear of, but which is quite frankly quite strange, because any of the rats that have arrived with Maurice and the Kid, they can't seem to find any rats anywhere. So there is some sort of mystery going on. So even though the instinct for many of them is to just get out of town, Maurice is fairly insistent that he wants to get one last job under his belt before they all go their separate ways. But he may have bitten off more than he can chew, because there's certainly something more dangerous going on, something dark going on under the surface. This is a great book, I'd say, for some, I'd say older kids, anything from about age 8 up. The story is really, really funny. It's got Pratchett's trademark humour, obviously, and he has a nice little element of sort of silly crudeness, the sort of thing that it wouldn't be out of place in a Roald Dahl book as well, which he manages to tune to a kid's sense of humour extremely well. The rats are a source of joy in this. They've all got some very distinct characters in it, and because they get all of their names from pieces of rubbish that they find and labels that they find on packets and things, you've got rats named things like Dangerous Beans and Ham and Pork and things like that. The character of Maurice is, again, he has the moral ambiguity that a cat does, but that is plagued by the intelligence of a human as well. And actually seeing that play out, there's a little bit of complexity there, which is a lot of fun to see as well. It's a nice short book. It doesn't outstay its welcome. I think even though it's been written for children, it's not going to bore adult fans of the Discworld. And Pratchett is still going through one of his periods of his most highly creative and some of his best writing. So yeah, Amazing Maurice is definitely worth a read. And just to be clear, I know some people like to refer to it as Amazing Maurice, but Pratchett called it Maurice. I'm calling it Maurice. I give it 4 stars, and you know what? It wouldn't necessarily be a bad place to start on Discworld if you've never read any Discworld books before. And by the way, in case you're wondering, the first ever mention of the amazing Maurice and his educated rodents was way back in Reaper Man. Again, it was a reference to a Pied Piper of Hamelin-style conman, but yeah, it was as far back as Reaper Man. Penguin recently announced that they were going to be releasing one of Terry Pratchett's Discworld books in their Penguin Modern Classic format, which is kind of their prestige format that shows excellent literature that is going to stand the test of time. And the one that they've chosen is Nightwatch. But considering this is actually the 6th book in an ongoing series in the Discworld, did they make the right choice? Hello, I'm Mark, welcome to The Book Thing, and this is my review of Nightwatch by Terry Pratchett. So Nightwatch is the 6th book in the City Watch sub-series, but more accurately, it's the 6th book that is following Sam Vimes, the commander of the City Watch. We've seen Sam evolve from the drunken captain of a squad of 4 people in the Night Watch who were kind of the dregs of the whole City Watch, right up to being the Duke of Ankh-Morpork, the commander of the City Watch, the husband to the Duchess of Ankh-Morpork, and a recovering alcoholic. Sam's come a long way, and the necessity of the job is that he's moved much further back from street duty and is involved in much more administration and ceremonial duties instead. But still, some cases come up that from his perspective, require his attention. And one of those is the case of a character called Carcer, who has murdered several people in the city, and some of those have been watchmen. So Sam feels the need that he's going to take this guy down personally. After a tip-off on a day when his wife is in labour with their first child, and the city is preparing for the marking of the occasion of a revolutionary event that happened some years previously, Sam finds himself in a position to chase down the notorious Carcer himself. The chase takes place over the high-energy magic building in the Unseen University, and with a big discharge of time energy caused by the events in Thief of Time, Sam and Carcer find themselves flung back into the past. After the intervention and the exposition from the time monk Lutzi, Vimes finds out that he is at a period of time which is a period of huge civic unrest in Ankh-Morpork. The existing patrician is quite deranged, and this is a period of time when the people of Ankh-Morpork rise up and have him removed within the next couple of days for Sam. And this was a formative time for him, especially because of the lessons he learned from his mentor, John Keel. Unfortunately, one of the first things that Carcer did when he arrived back was to kill John Keel. So Vimes finds himself having to step in to be his own mentor in the City Watch. So like I said, this is less a City Watch book and more a Sam Vimes book. There is City Watch elements to it, but most of the City Watch that we see, they are either younger versions of themselves. So we see a younger Colon for the first time. We see an extremely young Sam Vimes. We see an even younger Nobby Nobbs prior to his days in the City Watch. And we see some other characters that we're familiar with from the Discworld, such as a young assassin named Vetinari, who plays some significant role in the events that take place. This is all about Sam and his identity, and specifically how his identity develops over time, how he has created his own moral compass as a copper. And it's about the lessons that he learned in order to put himself there. So while there are certain things that he would do in the situations that he finds himself in the past, he finds himself not necessarily being able to do them the way he would want to do them, because he has to teach young Sam the right way to do them. It is extremely extraordinarily good character study of Sam Vimes. And even though it is a much more reduced cast and a less, as I said, less a City Watch book and more a Sam Vimes book, it is, I would say, without shadow of a doubt, my favourite of the City Watch books so far, which at this moment in time makes it my favourite Discworld book so far. So going back to my question, did Penguin make the right choice to choosing this story to be part of the Penguin Modern Classics, given the fact that this is the 6th part in a sub-series? And I have to say, I think yes. It's not unheard of for Penguin to, pick and mix from a series in order to put them in that particular imprint. I'm fairly sure the first John le Carre that went into this was either The Spy Who Came In From the Cold or Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, neither of which were John le Carre's first George Smiley books. And the fact that this is the 6th in a series doesn't really have a whole lot of impact, because we are almost extracted from that whole series by the mechanism of Sam actually traveling in time. And because of that, it is perfectly acceptable as a standalone Discworld book and a very good introduction for anyone who's approaching Discworld for the very first time. And it also absolutely showcases the best of Pratchett's writing as well. It's been a while since I read Night Watch, and I forgot just how good it was. It is easy 5-star. It is absolutely my favourite Discworld so far. And even if you're not planning on reading the rest of the City Watch series, this is an easy one to just pick up and enjoy it you will. It is a phenomenal, phenomenal book. The Discworld Witches series came to an end with Carpe Jugulum. But it's time for the Witches series to live on, with the Witches, the next generation. Hello and welcome to The Book Thing. My name is Mark, and this is my review for the first in the Tiffany Aching series, The Wee Free Men. The Wee Free Men is the second children's book that Terry Pratchett wrote set in the Discworld, but unlike The Amazing Maurice and His Educated Rodents, The Wee Free Men is the first part in an ongoing series about Tiffany Aching. We're introduced to Tiffany in this book as a 9-year-old girl who is growing up in a new area that we haven't seen on Discworld before, which is called the Chalk, which is these high grasslands where the locals raise sheep. She is from a sheep herding family. Shepherding family, I suppose, is probably the better way of putting that. She is also the granddaughter of Granny Aching, who, although not specifically a witch, was certainly the most respected, wise person around, and the person that was called upon anytime any of the shepherds needed some help with their flock. The first thing we see Tiffany doing is tackling this dangerous fairy creature in the stream, where she just has this angry indignation that this thing is there and realises that she needs to be the one who sorts it out. So she uses her little brother as bait and hits it with a frying pan. This is the sort of thing that draws the attention of the travelling witch Miss Tick. It's a pun or play on words. Miss Tick is a travelling teacher, but also kind of a talent scout for witches. She is a witch herself, and she goes around from place to place, and when she spots a girl with potential, she then starts to direct them into the witching life. As well as encountering the river fairy and the witch, Tiffany also encounters a group of pixies, not to be confused with pixies, known as the Ankh-Morpork, or the Wee Free Men. The Ankh-Morpork are a group of 6-inch tall, covered in blue tattoos and ginger hair group of almost exclusively male Pixies. They speak in a kind of Scots dialect, which is somewhere between Billy Connolly and the writings of Irving Welsh, and they're like nothing better than fighting, stealing, and drinking. And when her little brother Wentworth is stolen by the Queen of the Fairies back into Fairyland, the Ankh-Morpork, former residents of Fairyland, act as her guide in order to try and get him back. As well as being the first book in the Tiffany Aching series, The We Free Men acts as kind of an unofficial sequel to Lords and Ladies as well. We see the same Queen of the Fairies and Fairyland that we saw in Lords and Ladies, and also Lords and Ladies was where we were first introduced to the Ankh-Morpork. However, I will say that because this is a kid's book, Pratchett does make the dialect that the Ankh-Morpork speak in this an awful lot more intelligible than it was in Lords and Ladies. As well as kind of going over the old ground of Lords and Ladies, we do kind of go for the old ground a little bit of Equal Rites. I remember commenting back when I reviewed Equal Rites that Esk was kind of a proto-version of Tiffany Aching. And yeah, it is doing that thing where it's exploring the fact that you've got this child who's exploring that they have these powers for the very first time. But actually, on this reread, I kind of think that Tiffany Aching is a little bit more of a 9-year-old Granny Weatherwax than she really was a different version of Esk. She has that same sense of responsibility for the land in which she lives in, but she also has that same sense of self-belief where she is intent that she is the only person who is capable of resolving the problems and saving the land from any danger that it happens to be in. I think when Pratchett wrote Equal Rites, he had an idea of what his Discworld witches were going to be like, but now he knows what his Discworld witches are like, and The We Free Men is almost like origin story for a new generation of these witches, and as the series progresses, we get to see Tiffany growing up, becoming more powerful, and growing into that role of the witch. So even though it is a children's story, it is much more closely a Discworld book than perhaps The Amazing Maurice and His Educated Rodents were. Amazing Maurice is kind of a book that could have happened anywhere. The We Free Men really feels like it slots nicely into the continuity of what's happened on the Discworld before, and it really fits well with the rest of the canon of everything that has happened with the witches. I gave it a 4-star. I really enjoyed it, and you know, if you're an adult fan of the Discworld, don't be put off by the fact that this is aimed at children, because it's still just another good Discworld book. So imagine this scenario. A young woman cuts her hair short so that she can pretend to be a boy and join the army in order to protect her family. Does that sound familiar? It might do, but you haven't heard it told like this through the lens of the Discworld. Hello and welcome to The Book Thing, and my name is Mark, and this is my review for Monstrous Regiment. So Monstrous Regiment is the story of Polly, who is the daughter of an innkeeper in the country of Borogravia. Borogravia is a country on the Discworld that we haven't explored before, but it is a country, a small country that is perpetually in a state of war, has a nasty habit of invading its neighbours and being constantly at war with them. The most recent one is with the neighbouring country of Zoblenia. The issue with Zoblenia is kind of twofold. One is around the border, which many years ago was decided upon as being the river. Unfortunately, every so often the river changes course, which means that something that was in one country is now in another, and you end up having these skirmishes around it. The other is because of the Prince of Zoblenia is technically the next person in line to the throne of Borogravia, which is currently being held by a character known as the Duchess. The Duchess is about 90 years of age and has not been seen in many years, and many suspect that she is in fact dead. But the people of Borogravia revere the Duchess as this almost almost a deity in their eyes, which is good because the actual deity that they have, that they worship in Borogravia, is a god called Nuggin. And Nuggin is a god who is kind of mental. He is a god that is constantly updating the list of things that they are seen as abominations and should be done away with and removed and are completely prohibited in the country of Borogravia. Apparently the book of Nuggin is the only holy book that's done in a ring binder that has left intentionally blank pages at the end for Nuggin to keep filling in. The list of abominations makes the lives of the people of Borogravia very, very difficult to manage. But one of the things that was seen as an abomination onto Nuggin was the idea of messages flying through the air that aren't prayers to Nuggin, which is a bit of a problem considering the main method of communication around the Discworld now are the semaphore clacks towers. So anytime those clacks towers have been put up anywhere in the vicinity of Borogravia, they have been torn down, which is seen as an act of aggression towards the commercial centre of the Discworld, Ankh-Morpork. As a result, Ankh-Morpork sends their duke to Borogravia to try and come to some form of peaceful resolution, but actually in supporting of Prince Heinrich, the Duke of Ankh-Morpork, remember, being the head of the City Watch, Commander Sam Vimes. But Sam Vimes is very much a minor supporting character in this. This is very much the story of Polly Stroke Oliver, who the reason she wants to join up is to go and protect her older but much more gentle and innocent brother Paul, who joined up some time before. She cuts her hair short, she escapes out the window and goes to the next town to find the recruiting party, where she is signed up by Sergeant Jackrum, along with a whole host of other young boys and assorted others, including a troll and a vampire. The propaganda in the country is that the Borogravians are winning, but after joining up, Polly starts to suspect that that might not actually necessarily be the case, and further weight is given to that when it transpires that rather than going into training, they're pretty much going straight for the front lines. So for the first time in my reread of the Discworld series, I find myself having to tread a little bit carefully in what I say about Monstrous Regiment. This might seem like quite a familiar story, but there are some twists in this that start to come in quite early and actually continue throughout the rest of the book. And I think you'd enjoy it more if you don't know what some of those twists are going in. Suffice to say, it's taken a very popular story concept and things that we've seen in like Mulan and things like that, but actually giving it a very significant twist in the way that it's telling that story. And I don't really want to say any more than that, other than the fact that, yeah, it's bloody good. One of the other things I do love about Monstrous Regiment is that even though Borogravia is a new country that we've never explored before, it does feel like part of the makeup of the Discworld. You know, you've got the influence from Ankh-Morpork. You've got things like the communications network of the Clacks. And because of the interest from Ankh-Morpork around the war, you've got the Ankh-Morpork press reporting on this in the form of William de Wyrd and Otto from The Truth. So even though The Truth never actually got a sequel itself, the characters from The Truth are now very much part of this world, and I don't think this is the last time that we see William either. All in all, Monstrous Regiment is kind of a joy to read. The satire in it is absolutely fantastic. You've got the satire of war, and in that regard, it kind of out Jingo's Jingo. You've got satire of religion, which is right up on a par with what's been done in Small Gods. And you've also got some of the gender politics satire as well, which, you know, we've seen Pratchett do right from the early days, from Equal Rights onwards. But even though it's poking fun at all of these things, it never feels mean-spirited or disrespectful. So, you know, even though the religion of Nuggin is clearly nuts and a contributor to the war, it doesn't ever feel like there's like an analogue in the real world. So he's never sort of poking fun at a particular religion, and it's actually kind of the religion establishment itself as opposed to the people who follow it, because what he's depicted in this is Nuggenites who are just trying to get along as best they can. The whole thing is so deftly handled, and with a cast of completely new characters that are an absolute joy from start to finish, and seeing each of them having their own journeys and arcs on this, none of which I'm really going to discuss because it's going to play into what could be considered spoilers. So, but trust me, you've got some wonderful, wonderful characters in there. Monstrous Regiment, it's a 4.5-star read for me, bordering on a 5-star. It's a standalone book, so you can pick it up kind of at any point in your Discworld journey, and yeah, it's another example of this era of Pratchett just being on absolutely top form. So after taking on the Queen of the Fairies, the young witch Tiffany Aching is about to take on what might be the most cruel and merciless antagonist yet. A group of teenage girls. Hello and welcome to The Book Thing. My name is Mark, and this is my review for the second in the Tiffany Aching Discworld books, A Hatful of Sky. So when we last saw Tiffany Aching, she had just defeated the Queen of the Fairies, she had retrieved her little brother, and she seemed to have earned the respect of Granny Weatherwax as now the new witch of the Chalk, the area of the Discworld where Tiffany lived. But while she might be born to be the Witch of the Chalk, she actually doesn't really know that much about being a witch at all yet. So arranged by Miss Stick, the travelling sort of talent scout witch, Tiffany goes off to be the apprentice to Miss Level, the witch of the village of Two Shirts. Miss Level has a kind of weird reverse version of multiple personality disorder, where she's got one personality but two bodies in which it lives in. So under her tutelage, Tiffany starts to learn some of the finer points of witchcraft, which she thought was going to be a whole lot of learning how to do magic, but it's actually kind of a whole lot of not learning how to do magic. And while there as well, she starts to come in contact with the group of young apprentice witches who see the quite snooty and condescending Anagramma as their leader. So all in all, Tiffany's having a bit of a miserable time. But that whole time is about to get a whole lot worse, because what she doesn't realise is that on her trail is an entity that the Ankh-Morpork, the wee free men, refer to as a hiver, which seems to be this ancient, disembodied consciousness which is looking for a mind with power in which it can inhabit, and it has its sights set on Tiffany. Now, not long ago, when I did the review for The Wee Free Men, I think I kind of said that the story of Tiffany in that, it was almost like retreading the old ground of equal rights. If anything, Hatful of Sky is much more like equal rights than The Wee Free Men was. Well, The Wee Free Men was very much about Tiffany embracing who she was and embracing the responsibility that she was taking for the land that she was from. A Hatful of Sky is much more about Tiffany coming into her own as an actual witch. So it's about her learning what is important about being a witch from various different mentors, such as Miss Stick, mostly Miss Level, but also a healthy dose of Granny Weatherwax as well. It's understanding her place in the whole hierarchy of these trainee witches as well. It's about her own doubts about her abilities, and again, like equal rights, it's about where if magic is used irresponsibly, how it can start to let the darkness in. And when that darkness comes in, for a book that is aimed at the younger reader, it gets pretty dark. But that darkness is balanced out quite nicely with Pratchett's trademark humour, and a large part of that balance comes in the form of the Pixies, the Ankh-Morpork, the wee free men, the sort of belligerent little drunken Pixies that like to fight with just about anything that they can. So in a lot of ways, it's not
breaking much new ground, but this is still a really great follow-up to The Wee Free Men. And, you know, if you've managed to introduce younger readers to Discworld with The Wee Free Men, they're not going to be disappointed with the follow-up. It's a lot of fun. It's another 4-star read for me. And yeah, it's a worthy inclusion in the ongoing saga of Tiffany Aching. Going Postal frequently tops the list of people's favourite Discworld books. But I've got a bit of a confession to make. When I first read it, I didn't really like it. Hello and welcome to The Book Thing. My name is Mark, and this is my review for Going Postal. So like earlier books, like The Truth, or Moving Pictures, or Soul Music, Going Postal is another example of a what if the Discworld had ... And in this particular instance, it's what if the Discworld had a post office. Now, what's interesting in the approach for Going Postal is the post office in Ankh-Morpork is something that already exists, unlike The Truth, where newspapers were invented for the story. But in this case, the post office of Ankh-Morpork is something that has declined over the years. It is a shadow of what it used to be and is struggling to keep up in the modern age of communication on the Discworld being managed through the Clacks. However, the Clacks company has been taken over by a greedy monopoly and is cutting the service to the bone and increasing the cost of it. And the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, Lord Veterinary, thinks that it's high time that the post office was revived as a way to compete with the Clacks. And the man that Veterinary chooses for the job is Moist von Lipwig, a professional conman who, under the name of Albert Spangler, is hanged for his crimes, but then rescued so that Veterinary can give him an offer that he can't refuse. When Moist takes over as Postmaster General, he finds out that many of his predecessors had died quite prematurely. He also finds out that there's only 2 other employees in the post office and that actually the post office hasn't delivered a single letter in years, and they've backed up quite a bit. So with the aid of Mr. Pump, the golem set to watch him, Moist sets about trying to restore the post office to its former glory and enjoying the fact that in the process he is annoying the new owners of the Clacks company. Hi, future Mark here, trying to edit out past Mark's mistakes. While I was editing this, I realised that I left out some fairly significant elements to the story. The main one being is that in order to try and escape from the golem who is tasked with looking after him, Mr. Pump, Moist goes to visit the Golem Trust in order to try and find out some more information about them. The Golem Trust is run by Miss Adorabelle Dearheart, and she's significant for a few reasons. First of all, she is a love interest for Moist. Secondly, she is able to present information about the golems, and the golems become a lot more significant in this story, but much more significant when we get into making money. And finally, Adorabelle Dearheart's family were the ones who originally owned the Clacks company. So she plays into the story quite heavily, and I really don't know why this idiot left it out when he was given a synopsis of the story. So I think the reason that I didn't really enjoy Going Postal when I first read it was I didn't really like the character of Moist very much. And to me, he kind of reminded me of Victor from Moving Pictures, someone who was entirely self-centered and as a result a bit of an asshole to just about everyone else. And I'm not certain I felt the same way about him this time. He's still very much the con man who is looking out for his own self-interests a lot, but there's an element of sort of showmanship about him as well. He's kind of a bit of a P.T. Barnum character where he's trying to turn the whole resurrection of the post office into a bit of a spectacle. And he does have a little bit of a redemption arc in this as well, where, you know, he starts to get confronted with some of his crimes of his past and trying to make amends for them in whatever way he can. while at the same time also just continue to self-promote and elevate himself in the process. Weirdly, it was a little bit more endearing to me this time around, and having liked Moist this time, I was kind of free to enjoy the story a little bit more as well. It has the sort of tropes of early industrial age publicity stunts around, different industries challenging each other, the plucky young upstart versus the big dinosaur of an organization. Moist, as this sort of P.T. Barnum character, fills that role really, really well. It also explores the clacks an awful lot more as well. And if the clacks is kind of the Discworld equivalent of the internet and cellular communication, then by definition, the operators and the clacks are the developers and the hackers of that industry as well. And it does start to delve deeper down into some of the culture of the clacks operators as well, which for someone who has spent many years working in the software industry, yeah, that's kind of a lot of fun as well. So like I said, I honestly did not like Going Postal that much when I first read it years ago. And it was a sense of frustration for me that it was kicking off the arc of a character who I really didn't like very much. Now, I've kind of been converted. I kind of get the hype. I like Moist as a character, and I'm going to enjoy seeing what happens with him in making money and raising steam. And yeah, actually, Going Postal is a pretty damn good entry into the whole Discworld canon and is definitely a 4.5-star read from me. So there's a murder, there's a conspiracy, there's a threat of tension in the city boiling over into the streets. Kind of sounds like everything's back to normal. Hello, I'm Mark, welcome to The Book Thing, and this is my review for Thud by Terry Pratchett. So we're now up to the 34th book of the Discworld series and the 7th book about the Ankh-Morpork City Watch. Now, for the last few of these, we've been kind of taken away from the normal run of things with the City Watch. So the last book that Sam Vimes appeared in was Monstrous Regiment, where he was out in Borogravia and acting as the commander of the Ankh-Morpork forces out there. So he was only there really as a cameo part. Before that, we saw him in Night Watch, where he'd been pushed back in time. And before that, we saw him in The Fifth Elephant, where he was the ambassador to the country of Uberwald. Thud takes us back into a much more traditional City Watch story. Where the story begins is with the apparent murder of Greg Hamcrusher. Greg Hamcrusher is a very influential dwarf in the Ankh-Morpork dwarf community, and he is one of the what are called the low-down dwarves. These are the sort of ultra-traditionalist, fundamentalist dwarves who never ever go above ground. Rumour has it in the city that Hamcrusher was murdered by a troll, and this is at a time when it's approaching the anniversary of the Battle of Coombe Valley, a famous battle between the dwarves and the trolls, each community saying that the other one started it, and it is traditionally a time when both sides start to march and demonstrate and kind of tear the city apart. So the last thing that the city of Ankh-Morpork needs at this point is the apparent murder of a well-renowned dwarf by a troll. So tensions are flaring. The dwarves have closed rank and are trying to prevent the City Watch from actually intervening and investigating the crime. And on top of that, there seems to have been a theft of a famous painting of the Battle of Coombe Valley, which, legend has it, holds the secret to a treasure that was in that battlefield hundreds of years ago. So Sam Vimes, as commander of the City Watch, finds himself again in much more of a diplomatic position. He is trying to maintain the peace between the two communities of the trolls and dwarves. He is trying to get the dwarf community to allow his men to investigate the crime and the murder. On top of that, he has got some men who are investigating the theft of the painting, which were Sergeant Colin and Nobby Nobbs, so not too much investigating is actually being done in that regard. And on top of that, he has to allow into the watch, for the very first time, something that he's never allowed in before: an auditor from Lord Vetinari. Yeah, and he has to allow a vampire into the watch as well. So for Vimes, we've got the civic unrest between the trolls and the dwarves. We have got the potential murder that is going to be adding fuel to that fire. We have got a theft, which is adding to the mystery. We have got him bowing to political pressure and having to admit a vampire into the watch, something that he fought against for a long, long time. And on top of that, Sam has taken his new duties as a father very, very seriously. And every single day, at 6 p.m. sharp, he is there to read young Sam his favourite book, Where's My Cow? As with all the other City Watch books, Sam Vimes really is the beating heart of this, and it's all about his continued character arc. I mean, when we first met Sam back in Guards, he was a washed-out copper and a drunk. Now he is an important political figure in Ankh-Morpork, and he is a new father. And all of these duties he's taken seriously, especially the fatherhood. He has made it clear that regardless of whatever else is going on, he is going to be there to read his son the story. And as well as speaking to Sam's character, it does actually form a central thread of the story as well, that no matter where he is, he has to be there to read that story to his son. So on top of that, we've got our normal motley crew of watchmen who all have their different arcs. Carrot, along with Angua and Sally, the new vampire copper, is the one who is assigned to investigate the murder. Sergeant Colin and Nobby Nobbs are investigating the lost painting. And Sam is the one who's having to keep the peace, but not just keep the peace, but actually keep the watch together, because the watch is made up of a wide variety of species, and there are trolls and there are dwarves, and some of the tension that's in the street is starting to spill over into the watch house as well. It's been a while since we've actually seen just a straight watch story. I mean, Night Watch was set in the past, Fifth Elephant was set up in Uberwald, and even Jingo, to an extent. A large part of that was to do with the war that was in Clatch, rather than the events that were happening in Ankh-Morpork. So Thud feels like a bit of a return to what made the Watch series great in the first place. The different tensions inside the watch house, the smaller crimes which are hinting towards a wider conspiracy, and Sam Vimes against the clock trying to solve it all before chaos rains down on the city. So while it is a bit of a return, it doesn't actually feel like we're going over old ground. It feels like the characters have developed, especially Sam, and actually there's some real character development from the likes of characters like Detritus and Cheery as well. There's an especially sweet thread with Detritus and how he takes a young troll under his wing as well, but I'm not going to go into that because that's going to add spoilers to the story. Along with all of that, it is just as funny as you would expect from a Discworld book. And this all comes along at a really nice pace until we get to what is actually a really, really satisfying conclusion. The satire of the communities clashing over a battle that was fought hundreds of years ago, it doesn't feel like it has a specific real-world analogue to it, but anyone who's watched the news and seen stories about tensions between different communities, and I'm Irish, so obviously some of this very much rings true for some of the things that I've seen growing up as well. It actually adds a real layer of importance and relevance to the story, which if anything feels even more timely today than it did when it came out first. It's not completely flawless, and I think where there are a couple of cracks in it tend to be around where the characters of Angua and Carrot are, and mostly around Angua's insecurity about Carrot and their relationship going forward. It feels a little bit like that's been done to death and hasn't moved on even from Fifth Elephant, where it felt like it had started to move on. The only thing that's been added to that now is there's this potential love triangle there with Sally as well, but because of who Carrot is, you never feel like it's ever really justified for Angua to feel the level of jealousy that she does. But aside from that, I can't really fault Thud. It's a fantastic read. I gave it 4.5 stars, and I'm going to be sorry when I get to Snuff and have finally reached the end of the City Watch books. It can't be easy for teenage girls having to deal with boys who fancy them. It's going to be more difficult when the boy in question is the personification of winter. Hello and welcome to the Book Thing. My name is Mark, and this is my review for the 35th book in the Discworld series, Wintersmith. So in Wintersmith, we pick up again with Tiffany Aching, who is now 13 years of age and well into her training as a witch. Her current apprenticeship is with the very odd Miss Treason, who is 113 years old and entirely blind, so she uses ravens that perch on her shoulder in order to be able to borrow their minds and be able to see through. Most of the other young witches haven't managed to last more than a couple of nights with Miss Treason, but Tiffany's been there for a couple of months at this stage. And one night Miss Treason brings her to see the dance that marks the end of the summer and heralds the oncoming winter. Now, I feel at this point that anyone outside of the British Isles probably needs to know what Morris dancing is. Morris dancing is a traditional type of English dance which is done around May Day, which is basically to herald the beginning of the summer. Now, Terry Pratchett was quite fascinated by Morris dancing, and it has come up in several of his books beforehand, like Lords and Ladies and Reaper Man. And his thought process was, if there is a dance where they dress all brightly and have bells on for the heralding in of the summer, then at the other side of the year, shouldn't there be a dance that is done in darkness, in dark clothes, and to silence to herald in the winter? So he created in his Dark Morris dance. Now, in the Dark Morris dance, there is intentionally a space left out, which Tiffany, against all advice, decides to jump in and start dancing herself, and through that attracts the attention of the Wintersmith. The Wintersmith is described as an elemental. He is this personification of the season of winter and all that goes with it. But because he is that personification, he does not have an understanding of humanity or human emotions. But he has fixated upon Tiffany and goes to the effort of trying to make himself more human so that he can seduce Tiffany. And he goes about his seduction with things like gifts, but because he's winter, the only thing he can do is create things like snowflakes, which have all got Tiffany's face on them, or icebergs at sea, which are all Tiffany. And Tiffany is a little flattered by this, but also pretty scared by it as well. But of course, as per usual, Tiffany isn't facing the challenge alone. She has the Feagles along with her, as per usual, watching over her and trying to protect her in any way that they can. And also, there's Granny Weatherwax, who is nudging her down the path of witchhood and trying to help her to try and solve these problems herself. Tiffany also gets to spend a little bit of time with Nanny Og as well, who we haven't seen in quite a while, but because this is a children's book, we don't get any renditions of the Hedgehog song. I think one of the things I quite like about the Tiffany Aching series is that she is growing up. When we first saw her back in The Wee Free Men, she was only 8 or 9 years of age. And despite the fact that she was very clearly psychologically a witch, she was approaching it in the same way that an 8 or 9-year-old would. She's now 13, and as the books have progressed, she has actually grown up as well as growing into being a witch. So she's at an age where she maybe doesn't have the same level of self-confidence that she had when she was that bit younger. And she's at an age where her feelings towards boys are a little bit on the confused side. So she is in many ways every bit as confused as the Wintersmith. It's nice to see Granny Weatherwax and Nanny Og starting to be a bit more of a larger part of her story as well. So it does start to feel a bit more of a continuation of the Witches series, much more so than the Wee Free Men did, which was really only just them as cameos, and even more than Hatful of Sky, which only really had Granny Weatherwax in it. Miss Treason as a character is fantastic as well. It's great seeing a witch who, because she has seniority over Granny Weatherwax, even though Granny Weatherwax is seen as still as the most powerful witch, Miss Treason still sees her as the girl Weatherwax. And you can also see that a lot of what Granny Weatherwax does has come from what she's seen from Miss Treason. The borrowing, where she's going into the minds of other animals. That is something that Miss Treason is obviously very, very, very adept at. She's also very good at the psychology or the headology of witchcraft as well, where she's very good at using the theatrics of it in order to create the mystique around herself and make her just that little bit more credible to the community that she serves. I really am liking the Tiffany Aching series as a follow-up to The Witches. I think Pratchett did it well, where he focused the first story entirely on her and then brought the other witches in as time has gone on to just so that it was still Tiffany's story and they weren't distracting from it, and we've had time to grow to enjoy spending time in just Tiffany's company before he, assails us with fan favourites like Granny Weatherwax and Nanny Og. And as comic relief goes to all this, you really can't go too far wrong with all the wee feagles running around the place, headbutting things and drinking too much. I gave Wintersmith 4 stars, really enjoyed it, and I'm actually really looking forward to the next Tiffany Aching book, I Shall Wear Midnight, particularly because I've never read that one before, so it's going to be a first read for me. Don't know about you, but I quite like a bit of foreshadowing. At the end of Going Postal, Glint was offered the job of running the Royal Mint, and he refused. Wonder who Veterinary will give it to instead. Hello and welcome to the Book Thing. My name is Mark, and today I am reviewing the 36th book in the Discworld series, Making Money. So Making Money is the follow-up to Going Postal, where ex-conman Moist von Lipwig is given an offer he can't refuse by Veterinary, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, to rejuvenate the ailing post office and breathe a new energy and new life into it. Moist didn't just breathe new life into the post office, he also energized himself as well. But now the post office has been rejuvenated. Now, several months on, the post office is running like clockwork, and Moist is starting to get a bit bored with the humdrum of the everyday activities of keeping the post office going. This is especially bad for him because his girlfriend, Adorabelle Dearheart, is off with the Gollum Trust looking into some potential ancient golems from the ancient civilization of So left to his own devices, Moist starts to seek out new ways of trying to breathe excitement into his life. So he starts to do things like attempting to break into his own post office, not to steal anything, just for the thrill of actually breaking into the place. Now, Veterinary recognises that Moist's energies would be better channeled elsewhere, so he offers him the chance to run the Royal Bank and Mint of Ankh-Morpork. Now, Moist initially refuses this, but Veterinary brings him along to meet with the current chair lady of the bank, one Topsy Lavish. Now, Topsy inherited the bank from her late husband, whose family had been running the bank in Ankh-Morpork for generations. Topsy pretty quickly figures out what sort of person Moist is, and as a result decides that he probably would be the best person to run the bank. So when she passes away, she bequeaths the bank to her dog, Mr. Fusspot, and bequeaths Mr. Fusspot to Moist, along with some notes in the will to say that a contract has been taken out with him from the Assassin's Guild, so if anything happens to Mr. Fusspot, well then Moist will be, as the assassins say, inhumed. So this means that Moist is now the de facto chairman of the bank and the mint, and as he starts to get to understand the way the business works through the head cashier, Mr. Bent, a man who is very, very serious, Moist starts to understand that the bank is running with quite a lot of inefficiency. Most of the money in circulation in Ankh-Morpork, rather than being saved in the bank, tends to get stuffed under people's mattresses and things like that. And from the Royal Mint perspective, in most cases, it actually costs more money to create a coin than the coin is worth on face value. What has in effect happened is the stamps that Moist created at the post office have kind of become one of the main forms of currency in Ankh-Morpork. So Moist decides that he wants to try and repeat the trick with paper money. And this falls foul of Mr. Benz the cashier, but it also falls foul of the Lavish family, who have been using the bank as their own personal cash cow for many, many years, and want to take Moist out of the equation. Mostly this is from Mr. Cosmo Lavish, a man with a very, very unhealthy obsession with Lord Veterinary. I remember saying when I was reviewing Going Postal that originally I hadn't liked Moist very much, and as a result I hadn't liked Going Postal very much. But in the interim, I've warmed to him an awful lot more, and I still have warmed to Moist an awful lot more. In some ways, this is a bit of a retread of Going Postal, but it doesn't have the whole David and Goliath thing going on with the clacks. What it has instead is the intrigue with the Lavish family, and particularly Cosmo Lavish, who is trying to wrench control of the bank back from Moist. The other side to the plot is really very much around Moist trying to get the notion of paper money accepted. Stamps was an easy thing for people to get their head around. Paper money, not quite so much. So he has a bit of a job cut out for himself in trying to convince people of the value of paper money, but also in how he was going to source this paper money as well in a way that couldn't be forged. So that's all going on. There is also about what the money is backed by, and should it be backed by the gold? Should it be backed by the city? And also, there is a whole thing about golems in there as well, which I'm not going to spoil, but actually feels a little bit on the nebulous side. And that part I wasn't so much a fan of. What I was a fan of, though, was the character of Cosmo Lavish. As villains go, he was a pretty good one, because he was a villain who wanted to be an awful lot more scary and intense than he actually was. And this unhealthy obsession that he had with wanting to be like Veterinary just begins to escalate, and it goes in a really good direction. All in all, it's enjoyable, but I wouldn't say it's as strong as Going Postal. I think the Golem subplot doesn't work quite so well. The intrigue to do with the bank, the gold, the mint, all of that stuff is good, but it doesn't have quite the same level of drama as the problems of the post office and the clash with the clacks that had in Going Postal. So it's good, it's just not quite as strong as Going Postal was. For me, it was a 3.5-star read, which is still very much a recommendation, and I'll be interested to see what Raising Steam is like, because that's one of the few Discworld books that I have never actually read. Some people think football's a matter of life and death. It's actually much more important than that. Hello and welcome to The Book Thing. My name is Mark, and this is my review for the 37th book in the Discworld series, Unseen Academicals. Right, I have a bit of a confession to make. Despite me coming out with that Bill Shankly quote at the start of the video, I have no interest whatsoever in football. Which is a bit of a shame, considering Unseen Academicals is the story of what happens if the Discworld has football. So some people see this as the final Rincewind book. It isn't really. Rincewind's in it, but he plays a very, very minor part. This is about the wizards and the staff of Unseen University in general. So the setup of the story comes when Ponder Stibbons, who is the master of traditions in the university, he's actually got just about every job in the university that the other professors don't want to do. He's been delegated them, which is pretty much every job in the university, realizes that a large part of their budget, specifically a large part of their food budget, comes from a bequest from a will, and part of the terms of that bequest is that the university has to participate in a football game at least once every 20 years, and it's coming up on 20 years since the last time that they participated in one. Now, football in the Discworld at this time is a very unmanaged and unorganized and unruly activity. It doesn't seem to have many rules associated with it, and it takes place largely just in the streets of Ankh-Morpork. And Lord Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, isn't particularly keen on the lack of organization, so he tasks the wizards with turning the unruly riot that is the football game on the streets into a more structured sport that they can partake in. Now, as well as the wizards, this has also got a lot to do with some of the other staff in the Unseen University as well. The primary one of those being Mr. Nutt, who is a very, very odd appearance, but very, very capable at everything that he does. And initially we are told that Mr. Nutt is in fact a goblin, but there are some suspicions that that might not be quite the case, and that there is actually a bit more to him than meets the eye. Mr. Nutt works as a candle dribbler. In other words, he is someone who makes the candles of Unseen University look suitably atmospheric with big dribbles down the side so that they look appropriate to a wizard's university, not sort of new, sleek, tall, pristine candles that you would expect, but they have to go onto the various different candelabras pre-dribbled, and he is the best at doing that. Working with him is Trev Likely, someone whose father was a legend in the Ankh-Morpork football game, but Trev, despite having obvious footwork skills, made a promise to his old mum many years ago that he would never partake in the football game. And there's also some ladies from the kitchens of the Unseen University, including Glenda, who is the head of the night kitchen and someone with a very maternal instinct towards looking after just about everyone. And also Juliet, who is a young protege of hers and not exactly mentally gifted, but someone who is very, very strikingly beautiful. And there's various different rivalries and stakes that have been set up as well, such as the rivalry that now exists between Unseen University and Braesneck College in Pseudopolis, where the former dean of Unseen University is now the Arch-Chancellor. And there's also the clash between the old style football players who are reluctant to change to the new style of play with more rules associated with them. So there's a lot going on in Unseen Academicals. There is the whole thing to do with Nutt and where he is potentially from and who he potentially is, which is a bit of a spoiler that I won't go into. There is the establishment of the rules of football. There's the various different rivalries. And there's also other things happening, like for the fact that if you're going to have footballers, then you need to have footballers' girlfriends. And if you're going to have footballers' girlfriends, then you need to have models. And if you need to have models, then you need to have a fashion industry. So Pratchett has to kind of build up all of those things as well. What's interesting about the football side of things is that in the old style game that is played on the streets, that actually mirrors the history of actual football quite a bit. There were these sort of mass ball games that were played on the streets in towns that ended up getting banned in a lot of places and then ended up being turned into football as we see it today. As an aside, there is one of those old street football games played to this day in the town of Ashbourne in Derbyshire. I'm going to leave a link to a bit of a documentary about that because the history about it is actually quite fascinating. But there is kind of where my fascination with football ends. And I suspect that there are a lot of jokes relating to football that come up over the course of this book that I'm just not getting because I don't have the frame of reference for them at all. Unseen Academicals is the longest Discworld book. And I'm sorry to say it kind of feels like the longest. There is a lot going on in it, but some of the things that are going on seem to be a bit underdeveloped. I mean, it starts off where it seems like it's going to be a football game between the two universities, and then it's not. And then there are seen to be some stakes around whether the game is won by the Wizards or then not. And then the stakes are back again. It's quite odd, and it doesn't really feel properly fleshed out to me. Some of the new characters are interesting enough. Nut is, when you start to understand who Nut is, that's an interesting character to have been introduced to the Discworld, but it's only an introduction, and knowing how much Discworld is left, we're not going to see much more beyond an introduction. The character of Glenda is quite odd. She is a character who has this need to get involved with everything and be very, very defensive of things, even if they're things that she doesn't care about a lot. Like there are instances where she literally bursts in on Lord Veterinary to give him a piece of her mind about what he's doing to change football, even though she openly admits to not having any interest in football at all. It's quite an odd dynamic that's set up there. There's a kind of star-crossed love story between Trevor and Juliet as people from two rival football team supporters. And Trev is kind of this bit of a lovable rogue. Juliet feels like a bit of a stereotypical version of what people imagine models to be like. I'm not certain that that's particularly well done. All in all, it's a Terry Pratchett Discworld book. It's set in Ankh-Morpork. It has a lot of the characters from Ankh-Morpork. It has a lot of the characters from the Unseen University, all of which enjoy seeing. Like Pratchett's writing style, even if some threads of the narrative don't necessarily come together at the end, it's too long, and it's on a subject that doesn't really interest me, but that's probably more a me problem than it is a Terry Pratchett problem. But still, even a Discworld book that I'm not particularly interested in is still a Terry Pratchett Discworld book, and I'm going to enjoy it to some degree. So I gave it 3 stars. Decent enough. It's not going to be bothering my top 10 of Discworld books when I eventually get around to making my list. I think Tiffany Aching meeting the Ankh-Morpork City Watch is the crossover we've all been waiting for. Hello and welcome to The Book Thing. My name is Mark, and today I'm reading the 38th Discworld book and the 4th book in the Tiffany Aching series, I Shall Wear Midnight. So I Shall Wear Midnight is the ongoing story of Tiffany Aching as the Witch of the Chalk. Tiffany's now 16 and has established herself as a witch, and she is looking after her community in the way that the witches do, so doing the small things that are important, looking after the sick, acting as a midwife, and all that sort of thing. Sometimes those duties are relatively easy, and sometimes those duties are quite hard. And one of the more difficult ones that she's having to deal with is to look after the old Baron in the final days of his life. Roland, the Baron's son, is the boy that Tiffany rescued from the Queen of the Fairies in The We Free Men, and had started to build up a relationship with over the following 2 books. But now Roland is betrothed to be married and ready to step up to be the next Baron, and Tiffany is the witch, and their once close relationship is a lot more strained than it used to be. Tiffany is doing her best to take away the pain of the old Baron, but eventually the man succumbs to his illness and to age and passes away, but at a time when Roland and his fiancée are visiting Ankh-Morpork. So Tiffany needs to make a trip to Ankh-Morpork to impart the sad news that Roland's father has passed away. This is all taking place on a backdrop of an anti-witch sentiment that seems to be just around the chalk, but actually seems to be building up just about everywhere else as well. Emotions are running high, and witches are starting to get the blame for a lot of things. And what seems to be the case is that this ill feeling towards witches is caused by and bringing about the appearance of someone known as the Cunning Man, who seems to be this malevolent spirit from bygone age from when the witches were hunted. On top of this, you have, of course, the Nac MacFeagle, the Wee Free Men, the Pixies that are never far behind Tiffany and always on the lookout for her, but frequently causing her just as much trouble as they get her out of. One of the things I've really enjoyed about the Tiffany books is that we've get to see her grow up and develop. I mean, when we first saw her, she was this precocious 8-year-old. Now she is, although a teenage girl, a full-fledged witch and doing all the stuff that a witch is expected to do in the Discworld. And some of that is dealing with some pretty dark stuff. And I'm not just talking about the Cunning Man, I'm talking about the actual people that she has to deal with on a daily basis as well. I Shall Wear Midnight, for a YA book, goes to some pretty dark places, and it goes to those places quite early on. I was quite surprised that the second chapter of this book was concerned with teen pregnancy, miscarriage, domestic violence, and vigilante justice, all in one chapter. Now that is a lot. So aside from putting chapters in and marginally toning down some of the language, Terry Pratchett did not pull punches when he was writing his YA books. It might feel a bit fanfiction-y, but it is really cool to see Tiffany going into Ankh-Morpork and meeting up with the likes of Sergeant Angua and Captain Carrot. But aside from those cameos, there is also another cameo which might be a little bit of a spoiler, which I'm going to spoil now in 3, 2, 1. It's Escarina Smith, the original precocious witch child from Equal Rites, who has now grown up and become a formidable magic user herself. I enjoyed I Shall Wear Midnight quite a lot, actually. It had the courage to bring in some fairly adult themes and not to be afraid of diverting from some of the tropes of YA fiction. For example, and again, this might be a mild spoiler, but, you know, the relationship between Tiffany and Roland seemed to be something that was setting them up as being a couple in the future. And it's good that in a piece of YA fiction that Pratchett showed that actually people can drift apart and not be necessarily meant for each other, and that's okay for both of them. The Feagles, as always, are great fun, and the damage that they do in Ankh-Morpork is pretty hilarious, especially when they come face to face with a long-lost cousin of theirs, the Watchman Wee Mad Arthur, who also gets to learn about his heritage as well. For me personally, it's the strongest of the Tiffany Aching books so far. They seem to improve as time goes on. And the antagonist of the Cunning Man, who he is, what he represents, and what he brings out in other people as well, makes him a really, really good villain who really quite raises the stakes for Tiffany in this story. Personally, so far, this is actually my favourite of the Tiffany Aching books. I gave it 4.5 stars and I really quite enjoyed it. Going into this Discworld reread, I wasn't particularly looking forward to the Tiffany Aching books, but they get pretty strong and I'm curious as to how they finish up in The Shepherd's Crown. I understand that I see Sam Vimes again in Raising Steam, which is why I'm just about holding it together, knowing I've gotten to the end of the Discworld City Watch series. Hello and welcome to The Book Thing, and this is my review for the final City Watch book in the Discworld, the 39th Discworld novel, Snuff. So at the beginning of Snuff we find Sir Samuel Vimes, the Duke of Ankh-Morpork, the commander of the City Watch, is a man betrayed, a man who is being forced to leave his position. I mean, it's only for a week's holidays, but he still feels pretty aggrieved by the whole thing. And so Lady Sybil, his wife, and Lord Vetinari, the patrician, have conspired to make sure that Sam takes a week's holiday in the ramekin estate out in the countryside, something which he has owned for many years but never actually visited. And outside in the countryside, he is going to be forced to relax. However, it's Sam Vimes, and he rarely goes anywhere without finding evidence of some sort of crime to investigate. And quite frankly, if he's been sent there by veterinary, chances are veterinary wants him to investigate it as well. So he departs for the countryside with his wife Sybil, his young son Sam, and their butler, the gentleman's gentleman with a very ungentlemanly streak to him, Willikins. So I'm going to try and be careful about what I tell you here so it doesn't spoil things too much, but suffice to say, he gets involved with investigating the death of a goblin. And he is involved with the investigation with the local copper, the young policeman Feeney. And there are other things that are going on around smuggling and things like that as well. But I really don't want to go into it in too much detail because it would end up spoiling the story. However, what I will say is the thrust of this is about introducing goblins properly to the Discworld, describing what they are, what they're like, their culture that they have, and how they are perceived by everybody else. They are seen as vermin, to be driven out, and a nuisance, and a pretty unhygienic one at that. So a little bit like Nightwatch, this is very much a Sam Vimes book, more so than it is a City Watch book. So members of the City Watch do play some part in the story, but this is predominantly Sam on his own in the countryside. And part of that is set up as sort of a classic literature version where they're visiting other nobles in their houses and people visiting each other, and there's, it all feels a little bit sort of Jane Austen-y at times. I mean, there is a family of daughters called the Gordons who, I have not really read much Jane Austen, but from what I see, they seem very, very Pride and Prejudice Bennett-like. And it also has this sort of tone of, and it's years since I read The Woman in White, and I don't really remember it, but it's that sort of society, but a mystery and investigation going on in it at the same time. So it has kind of a Jane Eyre or a Daphne du Maurier feel to it as well. It's outside in a country house and there's a mystery going on in this strange place. The character of Sam is pretty much the same character of Sam Vimes we've seen all the way through, but there is a little bit of, shall we say, leftover darkness from the events of Thud that happens that Sam has kind of incorporated into himself. A man who's very much kind of looked into the abyss and seen the abyss looking back at him, and has then probably tried to arrest the abyss as a result. A large part of what this is about, though, is about the goblins. Now, literally in the opening pages, Pratchett sets them up as a species that are, quite underdeveloped and quite disgusting and almost comedically so. But when Vimes actually then goes and spends some time with the goblins, they're portrayed with this level of pathos, which is actually genuinely quite moving. I found the way that their society and the goblins in that society were described is actually genuinely quite sad. And around the midway point in the book, I was really feeling that this was a contender for being one of the strongest Watch books I'd ever read. The one I'd almost compare this to in the Watch books would be Feet of Clay, where it's about this underclass of society, in Feet of Clay's case, the golems, and in Snuff's case, the goblins. And almost Sam's recognition of them as people, that they require the law just as much as anyone else, and about bringing them openly into a social society as well. And because the goblins were much more easy to empathize with than the golems, this really felt like it was going to be one of the strongest, most emotional Watch books. I have to say, though, in the second half, it didn't quite tie all of the different plot threads together properly. There is a thing going on in the city with Fred Colin, and again, something to do with the smuggling and with the goblins as well, which is kind of just resolved off screen, if you will. There is some things around smuggling. There is a villain which is set up. Actually, there's almost a cartel of villains to begin with who you see is going to be the main protagonist, but actually it's one of their henchmen who's the main protagonist, and that doesn't really tie in together quite properly either. There's a whole thing with one of the goblins called Stinky, who seems to be actually maybe not a goblin but something else that isn't quite resolved. And unfortunately, it doesn't quite bring it all together. I don't think Pratchett quite sticks the landing on this one. But while it's not one of the great watch books, it's still a really, really good watch book. And the watch books being as good as they are, I still gave this 4 stars. I really did enjoy it. I wish I enjoyed the second half as much as I did the first half, but still, there's a lot in there to recommend it. In the fine tradition of stories asking the question, what if the Discworld had, we finally got into the question, what if the Discworld had Yorkshire and terrorism? No, that's right, Yorkshire and terrorism. Trains as well, apparently. Hello and welcome to the Book Thing. My name is Mark, and this is my review for the 40th book in the Discworld series, Raising Steam. So Raising Steam is the third and final story about former conman turned reluctant public servant Moist von Lipwig. In going postal, he revolutionized the postal service. In making money, he took over and managed the Ankh-Morpork bank. And in Raising Steam, Lord Veterinary has got a new role for him, and that is to lead the latest enterprise that has come to the city of Ankh-Morpork, the Steam Engine Railway. So the Discworld's first steam engine is invented by the young engineer Dick Simnel, who Discworld trivia fans will be interested to know is the son of Ned Simnel, who was the guy who invented the automatic harvesting machine that Death competed against in Reaper Man. Anyway, at some point after the events of Reaper Man, Ned managed to get himself blown up experimenting with steam engines, and Dick, determined not to follow in his father's footsteps, gets himself a good education and a good understanding of mathematics and physics and numbers and things like that, and through constant trial and error manages to create the first Discworld steam engine. The way Dick's dialogue is written is very clearly in a sort of Yorkshire, north of England type of accent. If you don't know the UK accents particularly well, think of the way Sean Bean, the actor, sounds. That's Sheffield, which is in Yorkshire. So this is obviously a nod to the Industrial Revolution and the fact that the north of England was very much the heart of the Industrial Revolution when it happened, and places like Yorkshire and Durham and Northumberland and places like that were where some of the earliest railways actually developed. Now, we've seen in the past with many Discworld stories that the Discworld has become this kind of antenna for ideas that come from our round world, and many of these ideas are somewhat sentient. And the idea behind steam locomotion very much fixes itself firmly in Dick's head and becomes manifest in the first steam locomotive, the Iron Girder. Iron Girder, as the story goes on, starts to become remarkably and scarily sentient, but that doesn't have too much bearing on the story. What does have a bearing on the story, though, is Dick Simnel's need to get the railway out into the wider world. So he goes from his home in Stolat to the biggest city on the Discworld, Ankh-Morpork, in order to try and find some investment in order to expand his vision of the railway. And he finds that source of investment in the character of Harry King. Now, Harry King is a character that has been a side character in quite a few of the Discworld books back since The Truth. And his backstory, essentially, is that he is this self-made businessman who has become part of the elite of Ankh-Morpork sheerly out of his wealth. And the wealth he got is largely out of waste disposal. And as a result, he's kind of looked down on by the rest of the nobility of Ankh-Morpork. So Harry is at a point where he wants to start thinking about his legacy and what he's got to leave behind him. And he feels that the railway is something that can be left behind as his legacy, that he and his wife and his ancestors can all point to as a source of pride, not necessarily his humble beginnings. Now, it seems that the concept of steam engines isn't entirely new to the Discworld, because Lord Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, has been aware of the possibility of it coming for quite some time. But presumably he's gotten this information from Leonard of Quirm, the sort of Leonardo da Vinci character of the Discworld that Vetinari has got detained and is capable of inventing all sorts of means of war and death and destruction, almost entirely by accident when he's trying to find something useful to do. And it seems that Vetinari has been suppressing the development of steam locomotion for quite some time, but he recognises now that perhaps the railway's time has come. But he doesn't want to leave it entirely out of his sphere of influence, so he puts in charge of the new burgeoning railway company Moist von Lipwig, the former conman who Vetinari put in charge of the post office and the banking system, and now puts him in charge of the railway with one clear objective. He needs to put a railway line between Ankh-Morpork and the faraway land of Uberwald. Now, all of this is happening against a backdrop of malcontent among the dwarf community of the Discworld. Now, back as far as the Fifth Elephant, when the Low King Rites was being elected as the ruler of the dwarves, we were aware that there were some more traditionalist, more fundamentalist dwarves known as the Deep Downers or the Delvers, who saw things like being able to see sunlight or ever coming up above ground as being completely anti-dwarfish. And as the dwarf community has started to become more progressive and to spread out from Uberwald into the rest of the Discworld, these Deep Downers are starting to become more militant in the actions that they're taking. So anything they see as anti-dwarfish or diluting dwarf culture, they begin to attack. And some of those things are things like the Clax Towers, and some of them are people intermarrying with dwarves. So there is an incident relatively early on in the book where there is a wedding between a human and a dwarf, and the Deep Downers actually start to take some lives in their pursuit of dwarfishness. So against all that, there is two parts really to the story. There is the early development of the steam engine and the starting of putting into place of the infrastructure around it, so putting down tracks between places like Ankh-Morpork and Quirm, and eventually going as far as Uberwald, and all of the things that Moist has to do in order to make that happen. So a lot of it is about going to landowners and finding the places that they can build the railway through and paying for it out of the city's coffers and all of that sort of thing. And the second thing is around the construction of the line and the first journey to Uberwald, which becomes vitally important after an attempted coup by the Deep Down Dwarves against the Low King, while the Low King Rites is away visiting the cities around Ankh-Morpork and Quirm. So it's vital that he gets back to Uberwald as quickly as possible, and the only way that he's going to be able to do that in time is by using the railway. And the Deep Down Dwarves have eyes everywhere, they know he's coming, and they make every effort to stop him. So it's kind of a loose sub-series of Discworld books that are referred to as the Industrial Revolution ones, which is largely about the introduction of technology or cultural things into the Discworlds that we have on our world and seeing what the impact of those are. So there's quite a few of these. There's things like moving pictures and soul music and making money and going postal and the truth and raising steam. But arguably, very few of them are actual proper Industrial Revolution books. probably the only two where the change that's made is brand new and it has a lasting impact on the Discworld are The Truth and Raising Steam. The early ones, like Moving Pictures and Soul Music, they existed only during those stories, and then afterwards, because of the fact that we're tearing holes in the fabric of reality, those technologies were abandoned. And if you think about things like going postal or making money, none of those are about bringing anything new to the Discworld. The post office and the bank and the mint, they all existed before, but they had all fallen into decline, and it's about Moist's personality as this P.T. Barnum character revolutionizing them, not about creating new ones from scratch. The only other large-scale technological change that has happened in the Discworld is the Clax Tower system, and that didn't have a book of its own. That started to creep in around about the time of the Fifth Elephant, and it played a massive part in going postal, but it didn't have a specific book of its own. So, with the exception of The Truth, Raising Steam is the only book that is about a brand new technology that's brought in from scratch and then goes out into the world. Now, it's easy to do that with newspapers like in The Truth, because the development of a newspaper is quite a simple thing. It needs the printing press and it needs the reporters, and then it becomes available across the city. Railways, not so much, because railways require a full infrastructure around them and a huge industry around being able to create them in the first place. So what we find then with the first half of the book is it is largely concerned with creating that invention, that infrastructure, and, about what Moist has to do in order to be able to put the railway lines down into the various different places it's going to go to. So it's one of the few Discworld books that takes place over quite a long period of time, but that long period of time is condensed down quite a bit and goes at a bit of a breakneck pace. Now, that side of the book is good and it is interesting, but it has a lot of heavy lifting to do before we get to what the real crux of the book is, which is this race to Uberwald as quickly as possible with the Low King so he can take back his kingdom. That's very much the action-packed part of the story. That's the part of the story where the stakes are really, really high, and we start to see things like Sam Vimes' City Watch coming in to protect the Low King on his journey, and battle scenes that take place along the way. And it weirdly makes the book feel a little bit unbalanced. So the first part of the book is about negotiations and infrastructure enlargement and coming up with all the various trappings around the railway, including things like train spotters. And then the second part is this sort of breakneck chase. And while both of those are good, it is a weird shift where we go from a story that's taking place over a matter of months to a story that has to take place over a couple of days. And I'm not entirely certain that Raising Steam benefits from that. I don't know what I would suggest doing differently. Would it be better if the railway grew up organically in the backgrounds like the Clax did, and then we focus on just that journey to Uberwald? I don't know. Maybe it might have improved it, but to be fair though, it is a relatively minor complaint, because what Raising Steam does well, it does very well. From a character perspective, it does a really good job with both new and existing characters. Moist has continued to develop, so he's not the same hanged man that we saw at the beginning of Going Postal. He now has a much deeper sense of responsibility. And that sense of responsibility and how he's acting towards it means that he's viewed differently by other characters as well. So there is starting to be a bit of a begrudging respect between him and Sam Vimes, as Sam Vimes makes his final appearance in the Discworld on this journey to Uberwald. We get to see the character of Harry King growing and breathing a little bit and actually start to understand a little bit about what makes him tick. The new character of Dick Simnel as this no-nonsense, straight-talking engineer type is pitch perfect. And from an antagonist perspective, the character of Ardent, the dwarf who is attempting to overthrow Rhys Recent, is suitably charismatic, but also scary in how much the end justifies the means for him and the lengths that he is willing to go to. From a world-building perspective, we're very much in a post-Thud world, because the effects of the peace between the trolls and the dwarfs that happened as a result of the events of Thud, those are the consequences for those, and the consequences of how fundamentalists are reacting to that are very much front and centre in what's going on in Raising Steam. And we're also in a post-Snuff world, because a large part of the workforce that is able to drive this new enterprise of the railway system is the goblins that have been emancipated as a result of Sam Vimes' action in Snuff. I enjoyed Raising Steam a lot. It's not as good as going Postal, but I think it is better than making money. So as a send-off for Moist von Lipwig, it's a pretty good one. And considering I started off being fairly ambivalent towards Moist von Lipwig when I got to going Postal, I'm going to be sorry to say goodbye to him now at the end of Raising Steam. And who I'm definitely sorry to say goodbye to at the end of Raising Steam is Sam Vimes. And even though this isn't a Sam Vimes book, we still get a decent send-off for him and some of the other members of the City Watch as well.
Something a bit different this week. I've come to Ireland to spend Easter with my family, so I haven't had a chance to shoot my normal reviews for the final two Discworld books, Raising Steam and The Shepherd's Crown. However, I did do a reading vlog of The Shepherd's Crown in my first read-through and my final read of a Discworld book. A new Discworld novel anyway. So, hope you enjoy that. There are going to be spoilers in it because I'm reacting to the book in real time, but normal service should be resumed next week.
So, 4 days ago, I put up a post on YouTube to say that I was finally going to do the thing that I've been putting off for the last 10 years, which was to read The Shepherd's Crown by Terry Pratchett. And 4 days later, and I still haven't started reading it. However, today's the 15th of April, tomorrow is the 16th, which is my 1 year anniversary on Booktube, and I really want to have this book finished by the end of tomorrow. So I'm going to do something which I haven't done before, is I'm going to do a reading vlog. So I've got some chores that I need to do today, and I'm going to catch some time in between to read the book, and I'm going to document what I'm doing to try and keep me in check and trying to get me to read this.
So I suppose I probably should discuss why finishing this series off is such a big deal. I mean, I've finished series before, it's not been a problem. If anything, I'm almost in a rush to get to the end and find out what happened. But that's not the case with the Discworld. And that's because I can't think of another series that is like the Discworld. First of all, the books are semi-independent of each other. I mean, there's continuity that goes on within it, but each one is a story in of itself. So I'm not rushing to try and find out what happens at the end of the story, because there isn't an end of the Discworld story. It just continues to expand. And that also means that it's not unfinished either. So it's not like I'm getting to the end of the books that have been written for A Song of Ice and Fire and have this sense of a cliffhanger or incompleteness, because it wasn't like that for these. Each story finishes that particular story. What it's more like is this big shared universe of all of these different characters and things interacting with each other. But in any other types of shared universe, often other creators can come in and participate in that and put their own spin on it and how they interact. But the thing about the Discworld is it is so uniquely Pratchett. Nobody else could actually write it. Not only could they not do it, but Pratchett didn't want them to do it. He had unfinished stories that he'd outlined, but they were on a hard drive, and according to his wishes, those were run over with a bulldozer, so that somebody else wouldn't finish them. So what that really means is that even though the Discworld had more potential for more stories, and even in Pratchett's later writing, you can see that there is ambition for those extra stories and for the Discworld to expand, there's never going to be any more. And what it boils down to is, I'm really reluctant to read this and get to the end and know it is absolutely the end, even though there could be more. And that is just really, really sad.
You see, it's stuff like this that made me not want to pick up this book. Well, spoiler for the beginning of this story was kind of part of the premise, but the long-running character of Granny Weatherwax dies, and it's especially poignant as she is one of his longest-running characters, and this was published after Terry Pratchett had died. But this is the conversation between Granny Weatherwax and the other long-running character of Death. We're all floating in the winds of time, but your candle, Mistress Weatherwax, will flicker for some time before it goes out. A little reward for a life well lived, for I can see the balance, and you have left the world much better than you found it. And if you ask me, Death said, nobody could do any better than that. There was no light, no point of reference except for the two tiny blue pinpricks sparkling in the eye sockets of Death himself. Well, the journey was worth taking, and I saw many wonderful things on the way, including you, my reliable friend. Shall we go now? Madam, we've already gone. Now. So it's the next day now, and today is the 16th, which is the 1 year anniversary of me setting up my channel. So I'm hoping to finish The Shepherd's Crown today. I've got about a third of the way through it so far, and I've got the house to myself today, so it shouldn't be a problem finishing it off. Where I'm up to so far, quite a large portion of time has been spent on the aftermath of the death of Granny Weatherwax. And it's been done quite nicely, actually. There's been a couple of parts to it. There's been the very personal side of things, which is the immediate aftermath, the funeral, the laying out of the body that was taken on by both Tiffany and Nanny Og, and her burial, because she didn't want a fuss and she didn't want a marker. And then all of the people, mostly witches, who come to pay their respects afterwards. And you also see the wider impact on the whole magical world of the Discworld, and how her passing has been noticed as far away as Unseen University, and has been noted by the patrician of Ankh-Morpork, and been recognized by all of the various different witches that we've seen across the Discworld. And we also see what impact it's having on the fairy lands beyond that as well. It's become clear now that Tiffany has to take over from Granny Weatherwax, not just her cottage and her steading, but she's been named as Granny Weatherwax's successor, as being the first among equals in witches, the leader that they don't have. As has been said before, witches don't have leaders, but if they did have a leader, it would have been Granny Weatherwax. And now that mantle has been passed on to Tiffany. In the aftermath of that, we've seen the toll it's starting to physically take on Tiffany. We saw in I Shall Wear Midnight how much running around and lack of sleep and all of that she was suffering from. And now in this, we're seeing how she's having to deal with that multiplied by 2, including a commute back and forward between Lancra, where Granny Weatherwax's steading was, and the Chalk, which is where Tiffany is from. And we're starting to see that there is some opportunistic things going on in the whole fairy realm, where the passing of Granny Weatherwax is seen as a a removal of an obstacle on the border. So I'm enjoying it so far. I must say I've heard mixed feelings about this book, and yeah, it might be a bit more of a mixed bag as time goes on, because I know it wasn't quite as polished as Pratchett wanted it to be. But so far, it's been pretty strong. So we'll see how it goes. So it's the next day, and I've managed to spectacularly fail in my effort to finish reading The Shepherd's Crown before the end of yesterday. Not that spectacularly. I've probably got about 100 pages to go, so I should be able to finish it today. And when I said I had the house to myself and it shouldn't be a problem, I didn't. I underestimated the Sisyphean task of the ironing, which turned into a pile that was almost as tall as me. I'm not very tall, so that doesn't say a lot, but still quite a lot of ironing to do. So anyway, the story is interesting because we're kind of coming full circle with a lot of this. The very first Witches story was Equal Rites, which was the story of a young girl who, while learning from Granny Weatherwax, it was more apparent that she was more suited to being a wizard than being a witch. And what we've got in The Shepherd's Crown, we've been introduced to the character of Geoffrey, and actually, he's more suited to being a witch than a wizard. And at this point in the story, Tiffany has taken him on as a apprentice witch of sorts, which she feels she's got the right to do as the Feagles call her, the Hag of Hags, the successor to Granny Weatherwax, and she wants to shake things up and do things a little bit differently. Parallel to this, there was the story from the Queen of the Fairies and a coup that has taken place in her court, and she has been stripped of her power and thrown out of fairyland. Interesting that the events of Snuff and Raising Steam and the emancipation of the goblins and the railways is something that had a major part to play in that. It's just another example of how, even though these stories stand on their own, the Discworld really does tie things together. So I'm now approaching the last 100 pages of this book. Interesting to see how the story of the Fairy Queen starts to play into this now. And there's not an awful lot of time to tell that in. And I'm really feeling like I'm drawing close to the end, and it's quite sad.
So this is it. I finally reached the end of The Shepherd's Crown and the end of the Discworld. Immediate reaction. Again, sadness. It's fairly obvious from reading it that right up to the end that Pratchett had ambition for the world, for the characters. He was continually growing it. He wasn't bringing it to a close. He had thoughts about the races in it, the people in it, and where it was going to go next. And it is unfulfilled. I'm pleasantly surprised. I came into this having heard mixed reports about it, that actually it wasn't up to snuff because it needed a final polish, and that's apparent from the pages. There are sections of the story that feel more like an outline rather than the finished article, but there's enough in the finished article in there, and there's enough of the important scenes finished to make it worthwhile. And am I glad I got to the end? I don't know. I'm glad I've read it. I'm not happy that there's no more to read. Well, we did it. We're here. It's the 5th and final Tiffany Aching book, and the 41st and final Discworld book, The Shepherd's Crown. So when we first met Tiffany Aching back in the We Free Men, she was an 8-year-old girl, headstrong and precocious, and had the potential to be a witch. And she used her abilities and the help of the Ankh-Morpork, the We Free Men, to rescue her brother from the Queen of the Fairies from Fairyland, which is a hell of a lot worse than it sounds. Now, in The Shepherd's Crown,
Tiffany is grown and a witch in her own right. She still has the help of the Feagles whenever she needs it, but now, thanks to a significant event which has shifted the balance of magic in the Discworld, she is faced with that threat from Fairyland yet again. Well, that isn't necessarily a unified response from Fairyland, because what we're also seeing is that in the court of the fairies, the perceived weakness of the Queen for losing to Tiffany Aching the first time round is causing unrest in the court, and there is the possibility of her being overthrown, which would leave the fairies, if you can believe it, even less restrained than they had been previously and more dangerous. So that's broadly the premise of the story, but there's an even bigger part to the premise, and it would be considered a major spoiler for the Discworld series as a whole, but the Shepherd's Crown is actually very difficult to talk about without talking about that particular spoiler event. So, if you've read The Shepherd's Crown or you're not worried about spoilers, then fine. But if you are concerned about having some of the Discworld series spoiled for you, you may want to skip ahead until quite late in the video. I'll leave a bookmark where you can skip ahead too. So now, having been duly warned, the major spoiler for the series, but the premise of this book, the major magical event which has upset the balance of power on the Discworld, is the death of Granny Weatherwax. So like all witches, Granny Weatherwax knows when the time and place of her own death will be, and she makes her final preparations and says her goodbyes to the Discworld. And we have a final scene between her and also the final scene with another long-running character from the series, Death. And that is a scene which is just beautiful. I actually did a vlog of my read-through of this story, and the first time I read that scene, it broke me. If you're feeling particularly sadistic and want to watch me break down, I'll leave a link to that vlog up here. One thing to address with the Shepherd's Crown, and that is addressed actually in the notes at the end that were written by Pratchett's longtime assistant and friend Rob Wilkins, is that the Shepherd's Crown as a book was unfinished. It doesn't have the polish on it in certain parts that one would come to expect from Pratchett. I think the last of his couple of his books are a bit like that, but The Shepherd's Crown more so. Part of that is obviously the effects that Pratchett was starting to see of his Alzheimer's condition. But I think there's an element that it does feel like the last few books have been a bit rushed, and that Pratchett wanted to get as many ideas as he could out and done and complete. And The Shepherd's Crown isn't as complete as it could be, but there are sections of it that do feel really quite polished and complete. So the sections that are centered around the death and the aftermath of the death of Granny Weatherwax, those are the parts of the story that are most complete and seem to be most true to what Pratchett's vision of the story was going to be. And it's handled really quite beautifully. So we get to see the personal effect that it's having on the people closest to Granny Weatherwax. So Tiffany and Nanny Og are the ones who perform the duties of laying her out in preparation for her burial. And also we get to see the wider repercussions. You get to see how it's noted by people like Lord Vetinari of Ankh-Morpork, and also how it's registered at Unseen University. But you also see the personal side of that as well, because as we saw in Lords and Ladies, Ridcully and Weatherwax had a bit of a connection and a bit of a thing when they were a bit younger. So Ridcully takes his chance to go and pay his respects to Granny Weatherwax as well. There's also the disruption of the balance of power, that the fairy kingdom now sees that an obstacle has been removed would prevent their incursion into the mortal realm to play and torture and do all of the nasty things that the fairies do. But there is also the balance of power among the witches themselves. As has been established in this series, witches don't have a leader, but if they did have a leader, it would have been Granny Weatherwax. She is seen as the most powerful one and the one who all of the other witches defer to. And it's made clear clear in Granny Weatherwax's final wishes that that all her responsibilities are to go to Tiffany. So not just taking over her cottage and her steading and all of that, but she is seen as the successor to Granny Weatherwax as the leader of the witches that the witches don't have. So add to all of that the disruption of the balance of power within the witches themselves, because there are witches such as Mrs. Lettuce Earwig, the lady who writes all the books about spells and thinks witchcraft is much more to do with sparkly jewellery and auras and things like that than Granny Weatherwax's brand of headology and Nanny Ogg's midwifery. She feels that she is in a more senior position and should in fact be the one that the other witches defer to. And to also throw into the mix, we've got the character of Geoffrey, who is the son of a pretty obnoxious nobleman, and decides that he wants to have a role in his life where he is helping people a bit more, and it seems that what he's most suitable at is witchcraft. So we've got a bit of a reversal from what we had within Equal Rites, where Esk was a girl who was more suited to wizardry than witchcraft, whereas Geoffrey is a boy who is more suited to witchcraft than he is wizardry. So when the fairies rebel against the Fairy Queen and expel her, she is then given sanctuary by Tiffany and guarded by the Feagles, and is then down to Tiffany to stop the incursion and invasion from the rest of the fairies from wreaking havoc across the Discworld. This is actually my final review in my series reviewing all of the Discworld novels. If you'd like to see my review for any of the other novels, please consider checking out my channel, and if you like what you see, maybe you'd hit the like and subscribe buttons as well, please. So there isn't any getting away from the fact that this is an incomplete book. The initial elements of the story that are the change of the balance of power and the alteration of what Tiffany's role is, all of the things around that are actually really quite well fleshed out. And what we have is a story about loss and grief and how one person can have an impact, and then what has to step in to fill that void. The part around the fairy invasion, and specifically around things like Tiffany taking charge of the expelled Fairy Queen, that part of the story feels like it's more of an outline. So there are elements where Tiffany is trying to teach the Fairy Queen humanity and the value of kindness for kindness' sake, and the value of friendship as well. And that part of the story feels like it was rough outline, and it goes from A to B without necessarily occupying all the spaces in between A and B. And it is a shame, because this does feel like it began as a very, very ambitious book. Because aside from the world-changing events that happen, there are other things that are brought into the mix with this as well. So we've got things like the reversal equal rights, and also what Geoffrey's role is within the community, which is slightly different to what a witch's role would be. And it starts to look at things like men's mental health and things like that as well, which are, big ideas that haven't really been tackled before in the Discworld. And when we get to the protection of the Discworld from the fairies, we start to see some, probably in the first time that we've ever seen it in the Discworld, some epic battle scenes as well. It really feels weird that we've gotten 41 books into a series like this, and this is one of the first times we see a big epic battle before. I think the last time we saw something like this was probably Interesting Times, but that felt ambitious as well. There is the aftermath of Snuff and Raising Steam, and how the emancipation of the goblins, how that's had an impact, what the broader implications of that are on the magical creatures, specifically the fairies, and how that leads to some of the events of the Shepherd's Crown. So even though Shepherd's Crown was Terry Pratchett's final published Discworld novel, there were notes of other novels that never will get published now at this point, but it is apparent at this stage he had ambition for the world. He wasn't winding things down, and the incident that started this off, that wasn't a closing of the door and finishing up and packing up the things with the Discworld and saying it's all over now. That felt like it was going to be a stepping stone to other things and a passing of the torch, which is a shame because the torch isn't being passed to anyone else, and rightly so. I mean, I don't think anyone else but Pratchett could write these stories. They are so utterly unique. So it's a book of two halves. I gave it, squeaked in with a 4-star for me, and that might be considered overly generous considering how much of the book is unfinished and incomplete. But the things that it does well, it does exceptionally well. There are parts of this story, and if you look at my reading vlog and don't mind the spoilers, then you'll see that there are parts that are real proper gut punches that just break you and would be emotional if this weren't the end of the story, but the fact that this is the end of the story makes them all the more so. So that's it. That's the end of the Shepherd's Crown and the end of my read-through of the Discworld novels, which is the reason I started this channel in the first place. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself now, but I do know that this isn't the end for the channel, and it's also not the end for Discworld content as well. I've got some ideas of some other things around the Discworld that I want to do. I'm going to do my overall tier ranking, and I'm hoping to do that as a live stream very soon. There's some other stuff around the Discworld I can get to at some points, like the Science of the Discworld books and some of the supplementary books and some of the short stories. I'm going to take a break from those for now, but I will get back to them in the future. And I have some ideas of some other Discworld content I'm going to do as well. But this isn't just going to be a Discworld channel. This is a broader Booktube channel. And I'm going to have to think about what my weekly videos are going to be like going forward. For all of you who've joined me on this journey, I just want to say a huge thank you. I hope you'll stick with me when my content is not quite so Discworld heavy. In the meantime, thank you so much for watching. Really appreciate it. GNU Terry Pratchett, and take care.